currently in the court of Dis. We have gone live. For the rest of the internet and our 0.25 followers, hello.
Hey, it's at least 0.254.
Yeah. So the Foundry stuff is up, and today what we're gonna do is go through some light session zeroing, and that means a lot of things to different people. Session zero, Arhor'ha, is we've gone through and we've talked a little bit about like what is your character about, like what's their background, what are some ties into the world, what their picture look like, what's tokens, some of the mechanical stuff like Foundry, because that's a whole new system. So we'll leave session zero today with an understanding of like what the table like etiquette, like how you move around tokens, when the stop is. You'll notice this really cool thing I can do. Let me minimize this. Pause. Like try moving your token now. Shit won't work. Yep. You've been paused. So if you're ever like being like, what's that? What's that around the corner? I want to see what's up with this rat. It gets pause you. Meanwhile, the rat can just do its. Yeah. What's up with these rats? I want to find out where it's going. I could just pause it. It's kind of nice that way. Meanwhile, this rat's just out of control. We'll do character introductions. Land on questions. Before we jump into that, NPCing. So one big thing about this table is that I've noticed players collect NPCs. And that's cool with me. I like the NPCs. That's how the DM gets to play player characters without being player character. But the focus is the actual player characters. So the way we handle that is when you go into situations that involve combat, they attach to your group. And a group is when you go into combat to make things go a little faster. You probably played D&D where it's a little bit of a slog. Like, takes forever to kill those 10 goblins. The way that we handle it is we do it by grouping. So the party will split up in what looks like 2 natural groups, and NPCs go with. Normally that'll be the equivalent of like an aid action. Someone's rather particular, maybe they'll cast a spell, healing words, stuff like that. The same thing is true with the enemies. Like these rats over here. I am not going to roll individual initiative for every rat. I am going to group tactics it when you have mob situations, and when you have bigger baddies, they will have normally gimmicks or their stuff. No one here has like assassin, things that really tie off initiative, so you're okay. The initiative goes off of the lowest, so normally there's like a fast team and a slow team, or whatever naturally makes sense. You don't have to like lock in like Leonessa is always with like Talus, or like Ren is always with Fen because Ren and Fen, morning show. As hilarious as that may or may not be. Them's the basics for NPCs. Right. That also means it makes it very easy if someone can't make it or is late for whatever reason. The same group will be treated as NPCs. So it becomes very natural. Your NPCs look a lot like your PCs when they're not there. They're not the focus of it. We'll clue them back in. You have very similar action sets. Like when you're not here, just do Eldritch Blast, or I guess Leonessa, you'd be like Moonbeam and just move it around like a spotlight. Stuff like that. Yeah. You'll establish what that is prior to. Like, this is my default go-to. If this doesn't make any sense, just do this instead. If nothing makes sense, just take the dodge action. I know there's a lot of controversy about that. Can't make up your mind taking the dodge action. I call it the default action. It's the same thing. The idea is keep things going and things flowing. We're all here for a good time. And our split for this season is close to 70-30, like role-playing versus combat. So we'll have the occasional encounter, but most of what goes on is going to be flavored by interaction, socialization, exploration, stuff like that. That said, puzzles. Bane. So puzzles will never be, we'll call it, you can't move forward like a door until it's puzzles. Puzzles will always be like the optional quest thing. You can always solve things with a puzzle. Optionally. Not required. I have learned that a long time ago. Not to make that the case. Leonessa, Do you remember last time we made puzzles the main thing?
I mean, puzzles were always there. It's kind of like there's always multiple ways to solve a problem. If you really want to punch through it, you probably could,
Ah, stab
but
it. Yeah,
or stab it.
yeah. I won't. I
But the
won't. I won't
puzzle,
hate on. I won't hate on you if you use violence to solve a problem. Might not be the most tactful way, but I mean, it does solve problems.
yeah.
Well,
But I haven't seen any situations where like that's the only thing you can do.
yeah. Actually, you know what? Let's go around the room. I'm gonna walk down from Discord,
Aliens.
and I'm gonna ask everyone to introduce themselves a little bit, introduce their characters a little bit, and what you're looking forward to in this campaign season. Leonessa, we've heard your voice. As I called on you. I'm gonna start with you. Also, because directly below my name.
It would do that. All right, so my character, or I am Leonessa, however we want to do this. She's a druid who has been working on creating animal sanctuaries and wildlife sanctuaries throughout the world, realizing that elves not really communicating with the outside world isn't going to help nature because other people are going to fuck it up. So if she can talk with them and teach them how to continue living their lives without like royally screwing over nature, she thinks that that's going to be the smarter way to go about it. So she was doing that for a while, doing outreach to cities, building wildlife sanctuaries, and then the Burn War happened, and all of those things got destroyed, or drastically changed to a point that she doesn't understand what nature's doing anymore. It's doing some weird shit. So, with that, her lion Nox is now also having a problem of not being able to fully be corporeal in the world. So she's now just trying to understand how the world is working now, what is actually going on with nature, and trying to see if she can rebuild those sanctuaries again, or if it would even make sense to do that with all the drastic changes. And yeah.
What are you looking forward to this season?
This is a little bit from probably a different perspective from everyone else, because the biggest thing that I'm actually looking forward to is just seeing how much the world has changed from what I'm used to seeing. I've explored this map for 9 years, and it's significantly different now. So for me, the biggest thing I'm excited for is just to see what actually has changed, and just what the world looks like now after such like a big cataclysmic event happened.
I feel like after early conversation, I have to throw this one in here. What is your biggest fear for the season?
Season, because biggest fear and biggest fear for the season are two different things.
Let's just ease into the medicine. Let's go with the season.
For the season. Let's see. I think my biggest fear for the season as a character, like what Leonessa would fear of like seeing in the world, would be honestly almost as if nature wasn't existent anymore. Like she goes to this place to understand how nature goes together, and like the animals that she recognized, she can't notice them anymore. She doesn't understand how they work. And really kind of like the realization of the crumbling of nature and how she understood it. So that, I think, would be her biggest fear. I think my biggest fear as a player would be that our whole existence is inside of an airship. That's my biggest fear.
Okay. Do you wanna expand upon the airship thing? Because I just learned about this today too, which is kind of funny.
Well, I like airships are fine.
It's cool. Like unicorns.
Cool airship. You can go from point A to point B a little bit faster. That's cool. But like, if you're just hanging out in the sky in like a thing, and everybody else is dead, and you're just up in the sky like, hey, cool, let's go to this other place, but then you just exist only in the airship, that's not fun.
You're worried about gravity?
Well, yeah, like also from my character's perspective, she does not trust technology like that. But also, she used to be able to turn into a bird and fly, and now she can't do that. So
Hmm.
it's gonna be a
Mm.
mixture of fear of like what she's inside of, but then also just sadness because there would have been other ways for her to handle it, she but because she gave up a significant of her abilities to help Nox just be able to survive, um, she can't really do the things that she would like flying or just be anything but a lion. Yep.
I support this.
Thank you.
Ren, you want to do an introduction?
Sure thing. So my character name is Renelrin, but I like to make fancy names and then only go by a single syllable because it makes it easier for everybody else.
Appreciate
Um,
that.
yes. And he he's 20 years old. So he was like born shortly after all this crazy stuff happened. So he's not purview to a lot of it. And he was raised with the Turtle Clan, a band of elves. And 2 years ago, he reached 18 and he was kicked out. But they did their best to prep him for life on his own. And, they taught him about how the Turtle Clan works, which is all about taking care of your fellow people. That the shell of the turtle is the community that we make and the close knit bonds that we have with the people around us, which seems like there's some cognitive dissonance going on with Ren because that's what he was raised to believe, and then he was promptly kicked
Abandoned.
out. So
I would like
he's
to. It reminds me. It makes me think a lot of in the Ring to Power, where they
How
have
dare you?
the Harfoots are the most kind people unless you're a minor inconvenience to them, and then they abandon you fast.
So was he kicked out because he's a half elf, or
yes, because he's a half elf.
Yeah.
okay?
So he was raised. His father was the non-elf half of his origin. And so he was raised by his mother, and he like took good care of him, but she's also kind of distant because if you're someone who lives basically forever and you have only 18 years with this person, you're just dropping the bucket, so it's kind of hard to get invested in that. So he was kind of distant, but also kind of well cared for. But so he now that he's been out on his own, he he's kind of been like wanting to find family and friends, but also scared to ask for it. So he's been kind of like he's living just outside of of New Haven, kind of in a hut by himself, and just kind of like saying hey to people that comes past. I know we've talked a little bit about him having run across Leonessa and kind of running across Fen as well as they kind of journeyed around. But he is a lore bard, and the kind of the thought behind that is that lore bards get proficiency with shields, and I was like, that's really interesting for a bard who has proficiency with shields, and I thought that played well into the Turtle Clan as well. So um, he has shield proficiency, and that's his big thing, but it's also like tied to his clan, so he's like afraid to use it. So a lot at the start of this stuff, he's going to be using his longbow and kind of like growing into um, feeling comfortable using what he's trained and what he wants to do. Um, but yeah, so that's Ren.
Okay.
That's
Is he a
cool.
lore bard or a valor bard?
Valor Bard.
Okay, sorry.
Valor.
He's a strong combat bard.
He's a stronky bard.
He's a strong bard.
Gonna hold you very tightly in your arms as he plays music to you.
What are you really looking forward to in this season?
So as Riley, I am looking forward to. I'm a lore like junkie, so I want to know stuff. I want to read stuff. I want to explore. I want to see things. That's what I'm really looking forward to. Um, from Ren's perspective, I think he doesn't know what's about to hit him. I think, and he's he's looking forward to. I think we discussed. He's looking forward to just going to see a show, That's what that's what he's looking forward to right now.
Yeah, and at the end of S0, we're gonna like all be in a common direction. It's interesting because Ren being a bard, right? Like, oh, we're gonna see Blania play down next. It's like, yay, road trip.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Well, that's how it started, my friend.
Yeah. You're wondering how I got here.
What's your noble quest? I just wanted to go to the concert, and now I'm fighting skeletons. Since we started the role, like, what is one thing? What is it? You're really afraid of, or draws the fear out?
For Ren,
Yeah, for Ren.
it's going to be kind of like moments when he's like he feels like compelled to do something. Like I guess that sounds really awkward or weird, but what I mean, like moments when he feels like this is where I need to do something. It's really easy for him to kind of blend into the background, but sometimes there's something that you need to be the person that takes charge, or you need to be the person that kind of acts and does something. And he's fine playing his instrument. He's fine, like, kind of doing his own things as long as people aren't looking at him. But the moment, like, it's like you feel like the spotlight's on him, that's when he's going to get timid.
A bard with stage fright. I love it.
Yep.
All right, very cool.
To that point, he does like his instrument. He like write little ballads and melodies and stuff, but he's very awkward about performing them.
I'm actually going to put that in there now. There's definitely going to be a concert called Rat Attack. Making a note.
Perfect. That's my whole goal. Like, me as Riley, I really want to I want you to put Ren in all the awkward situations.
Don't worry.
I want him to grow.
Yeah, and we're one big thing. Just as a general statement, like, we're all collabing this here. So when I say like, oh, the DM will do this, I'm like, I highly encourage, after hearing this, everyone to jump on that wagon. A lot of the PC opportunities, I think, are some of the best at the end of the day, and the rest is just like stage lighting. But I digress. Ren, that's really cool. I also noticed a thing between both Leonessa and Ren, and I don't mean like their backstory pieces. It's they both have specific abilities, and they're a bit, what do I say, not in the front. Like, they're very cautious about how they utilize them. It's an interesting common thread.
You gotta be smart.
You do, yeah.
And I'd like to get to a point where he feels comfortable actually using those in the intended capacity. But yeah, he's built to be defensive, but in the thick of things, timid and not necessarily wanting to go in there.
Right. No, I think it's a common goal. I don't think anyone intends. It's like they're very you have this thing. I know Fen isn't currently with us, but like that was a big thing about Fen, like from the core of that character. Like Leonessa, I'm very curious, like how guarded you'll be with yours as well, given the situation.
Yeah.
And it's not just. I think as we go on through, you're going to see it's a very common thing for all of the characters that just came out during putting the party together. That said, Talus, buddy, you're up. Want to talk a little about your character?
Sure. Talus is a tall human with brown hair, green eyes, and he almost always has a smile on his face. He was born to a family of druids from the Fox tribe, but he was always it's always a little bit different. While they were all happy and excited about nature and these cute little foxes, he was just kind of staring off at the sky, looking up at the magic in the aurora, or looking at the magic that he saw in nature.
You mean he didn't look at the cute foxes?
He saw them a couple times, but he wasn't. He didn't find his love there.
Oh, okay.
His parents, recognizing this, found him an opportunity to study in Crystallis with the Church of Mystra. And that's where he found the name for the energy that had fascinated him, the weave, and its mistress, Mystra. So from the age of 5 till 25, because that happened right before the Soulburn War, because he was handed over. And so for the past 20 years, he's been just studying in Crystallis and helping and, working within the church. He's recently found a reason to kind of, and the main thing that he focuses on is the weave, and like where we found links with Zephyr and links with Fendel. It's when they've gone to Crystallis to do research, and they found this human that will just talk on and on about the weave more than anyone else has, the right to, like to an uncomfortable amount, if you will. And it is the thing that he sees all the time, and he's just like he believes he's there to work within Mystra's, function to preserve the weave. He is trying to think the right way to put this. Uh, he's fairly neutral in all things. I mean, Mystra, believes in helping magic, preserving magic in all its forms. So he's neutral to the point where it's not a good or bad. He doesn't look at good or evil. He looks at preserving the weave or working with the weave versus harming the weave. So as a play or as a character, like the thing that will set him off is not somebody doing evil with magic. It's somebody doing something to the point that it's harming the weave with the magic.
Mm.
And so that's
Hmm. Do you mind if I ask?
Yep.
Like, what would be something that would disrupt the weave?
I'm sure, I'm sure as we go through things, we'll
Okay, all
find stuff that the DM will throw at me that will probably set me off in that way. I don't know. I leave that up to Buck to explain.
I will say that it is absolutely in the season. Everyone's background has a thing, and just for that too, because they're talking about like high level concepts like magic, like matter. It'll be very called out. Like your character knows that this is not how that's supposed to work.
Yeah, I'm sure a large enough, dark enough kind of thing would do it. But it could also be as something as somebody making a choice to wish something great to happen, and it's something that warps and distorts the weave. I
Yes.
mean, that would be. I could think of things like that would probably do it. But as I said, I leave that up to Buck to figure out and to explain. But like so that's kind of. I guess part of his personality, if that makes sense, or at least how I plan on playing his personality.
What are you really looking forward to this season?
Well, as a player, I'm looking forward just to playing. It's been over a year since I've had a chance to play. I've been DMing and stuff like that. And I just, instead of knowing all and, rolling the dice on one side of the table, I look forward to just trying to work off of the cues that you throw and the other folks throw at us, and just working with that to tell a story.
Cool. What about your character? What's Talus looking forward to?
Well, he's been so the way I've kind of done it is, he came from a family of explorers or people that were in the wild, and he spent the last 20 years just kind of in a city. He's finally left for the first time and found that, well, there's some neat things outside of Crystallis. So I plan on him being excited about maybe seeing what else is out there and how the weave looks from different places.
And I will thank Leonessa for this one, because now it's all I can think about. It's like, well, what do you fear this season?
What does he fear?
Yeah, either direction. Probably Talus is better.
Yeah, I mean, Talus fears, like, I guess a place where the weave doesn't exist would be the scariest thing in the world.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. A place where magic doesn't even exist.
Me as a player, I fear sitting in an inn for 2 hours trying to discuss what a plan is.
Oh my goodness.
Shadowrun syndrome. Yeah. Cool. All right, Zephyr. Last but not least, bud. Let's play your character.
Hello. So, Zephyr is an air genasi who
as you will see, is always greeting people, is always helping out whenever he can. Anyone who comes to him, even if they may seem shady, he wouldn't notice. He grew up with his mother, didn't get to really know his father too much, not too many good things happened there. But his mother always showered him with affection and was told that replace all your hate with love. And that represents his heart locket that he always wears with him. Unfortunately, over time, something had happened, and his mother is no longer with him. He doesn't know if she's alive or not, and that's part of what he's doing. But in rebuilding what he can for himself, he took those words to heart, always gave everyone the benefit of doubt, and always walks around helping people out. Whether if they need help moving things around or healing, he is always able for that. In his times, he has tinkered and messed around with this locket, and he's able to transform it into a full set of armor for himself to help and protect whoever he needs.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to say I'm here. I will be home shortly. I completely flopped west and east, and I thought another hour.
Okay, Finn.
Yeah, we're just
We're
doing
good.
introductions,
doing
so
intros.
you
Yeah,
got a little bit of
that's what I
time
heard.
to get back.
Yeah, I'll be home shortly.
All right, sounds good.
Alrighty.
All right, see you guys soon.
Hey, see ya.
Okay, so Zephyr, very very cool, very very lovable character. Like has like
Mhm.
that trip of like the very warm oblivious genius sort of thing, or the oblivious. It reminds me of. Oh, what was that? I hate forgetting this name. Who was the Who was the character in Tangled? That was like
Oh,
a
Varian?
Varian, yeah, like Varian. Okay, all right, well.
Mhm.
We now, well, now I'm adding the season.
Wait, that's funny.
I'm now adding that to the set list for this season when I'm writing the plot. Cool. So what are well, now that we've got that high on, what what is something that you're really looking forward to this season?
I, as myself, not as Zephyr, I'm super excited. I mean, like Talos was saying, majority of my gaming for D&D has been as a DM, so I'm so excited to be in a session, and I'm really excited to be in one with so much lore already invested, and so many things are going on, because most of the sessions I had played in were kind of usually lasted a few months, so there's never too much rich lore going on, so I'm very excited for that.
I do.
What were you
Oh, I
saying?
have a question for you. Do you
Mhm.
watch YouTube or game theory?
Um, oh no. I mean, when I was younger, I had watched some game
Oh,
theory.
the reason I say that is because a more recent thing that they do now is it just when they're looking and they're researching games, they just yell lore. So every time you say that you're really interested in lore, I just hear yelling of lore in the background.
Lore.
The
Lore.
everyone has a battery, and like I'm definitely an introvert, so mine steadily declines the more I socialize. But I tell you what, healing word for DM is just like yelling lore. Like, yes,
Lore.
popcorn. Tell me more about this world. Yes. 1d4 DM hit points. Please continue.
Yes. And Zephyr, as him, he is always excited whenever he gets to meet someone new and get a new connection with them. And ultimately, he is excited to eventually reunite with his mother because he assumes she is alive and is hoping she is.
Aw.
Aw. It was very helpful. Well, it might tie into this one then, like, what is your character fear?
And that ties in as well.
Yeah.
So not only is his fear of his mother not being there, but he's more concerned with, as he is nice to everyone else, he feels he has no real attachment to anyone. So he is afraid that he may end up all alone if something happens to him, as he is always the one helping and hasn't needed help.
Ah, so Varian. I like this already. I'll be writing so much stuff. So that's everyone. I'll introduce myself very briefly. My name is Buckland. I have been DMing D&D. What is it? 2022. I don't know, 30 years now. Was DMing back in the 90s before all this stuff. AD&D to 5th edition. We've been this constant love with this medium on and off and watching it evolve. The world that we're working on is a little place called Arhor'ha, a continent existing in Abertoral, west of the Sword Coast, north of the Moonshays. We didn't bake this continent and the planet from nowhere. There's plenty of that homebrew going on here. There's a lot of familiarity with common deities, a lot of familiarity with common places and planes. So you'll see a lot of those concepts pop up. So you don't have to reinvent what's this world's equivalent of Kelmvor. It's Kelmvor. There are some nuances because I'm not Wizards of the Coast. They write things. I write things when they contradict. It's my world, so there'll be an overwrite, and I'll kind of highlight it out. I'm super excited about this. I put all custom content into what we're doing. The maps. There's a Gabriel card. If you ever see this, this is a great asset set. A lot of them come from there. We'll put music in very periodically. I didn't have time to prep any today per se, but it's DRM free. We'll have a Spotify playlist for not on the Discord, and we have one more player coming in. You saw him kind of come in like a wrecking ball a second ago. That's Fen, and we'll have Fen's introductions done a little bit later when they are back because time zone variances. But I don't want to kick off a scene getting us into session 0 because it'll be a bit jarring to go backwards to introduction. So as we're moving forward, get used to the tokens. Any questions you have about the world, character backgrounds. I wasn't privy to all the DMs for your individual player-to-player relationships. Anything of that nature?
Okay, I guess I have a question for you first. So is this continent accessible to the rest of the world?
It is. So
okay. So you would be aware of Elminster and stuff like that.
Yes, correct. So the way of thinking about it is, do you know all the cities in Australia? I don't. I know 2. That's it. Sydney and Melbourne. It's like Australia. It definitely exists. You can take a ship there. If there are big name things that exist, like Elminster is a fantastic example, like Forgotten Realms Gandalf. You'd know that it's a thing. Books and common lore, they're the same thing. The spells, they're a thing. Tasha, the same thing.
Okay.
So if you ever come to the point I need to pull like lore from my booty, and it's yep, you can use common things. If it's Forgotten Realm, we'll improv it forward.
Mm-hmm. I have. Oh, you can go.
With Mistra, so the time of troubles had already passed and all that.
Times of trouble are already passed. Yeah, the things that I track just don't put too much into lore, like the spell plague that came and that went, the Aber and Toral unification, deunification stuff that came and it went. That's how we have things like Ganassi, right?
Hi.
The big variance, because keep in mind this world is 9. Is that right? We at 9 now? 9 years old? I think that's right. 9 years old of compounding lore. So there were a few things that happened independent of module books. Like Descent into Avernus happened, but we already had a lot of Avernus material happening already. There's a pretty big tie-in to Devilry in the world. The Spell Plague kind of happened, and we tied that into a soul issue, which was big in last season. People weren't dying correctly. And also, what was it? Not the Spell Plague. The Death Curse. Like that whole entire thing really played out just a little differently over in Arhor'ha.
Okay.
Yeah.
Similar yet different.
Yeah. The biggest trick in my is like a DM like world builder thing is like one of the Dragon Queen, like because the dragons are a big thing in Aurora too and have their own like custom lean to it. It's like, how am I gonna handle Tiamat? Well, we'll just put Elo and Atlas in here, which is pretty big on Fen's background set because they are dragon tangential.
Dragon.
That seems right.
Yeah.
That seems like the right word.
I had a question on so we know that we have airships now, that's a newer thing.
Yep.
How is the technology right now in the world?
So a big theme that we settled on was Renaissance. So it is moving its way forward. It trying to think of like the equivalent of real world example is they've moved out of the Dark Ages and not in like Gothic levels. You're talking about like Renaissance at least. So you'd see clockwork stuff a lot. You'd see the early parts of steam, but you wouldn't hit gunpowder because I know that like Zephyr, you're an artificer, so you have firearm proficiency, and we can always like work. Sure. Yeah, we'll work getting you a firearm adjacent weapon if you want to go down that road. But there is no there's no guns, there's no flintlock pistols, there's none of that.
I think if I remember correctly, the only gun-like things were in Crystallis, and they're essentially like magic guns almost.
They are, and there has been changes in Crystallis. So the way that existed prior to was very Dragonlance, where there's very few magical items. So we took the Dragonlance flavor of light magic and apply it just to one thing because it's a highly magical world. The guns were equivalent to staffs that were just really strong. And there's so much magic, you have to wonder where technology plays in. Really cool for Talus, because both Mystra and Ogma in this world are scientifically oriented. Like, they base themselves off of, like, knowledge and, like, the knowledge of a magic itself. So there's a huge advantage in this party to, like, lean into the, like, Renaissance era stuff, especially because you have an artificer like Zephyr. Like, the two of you combo together, I'm really excited to see what kind of stuff that you kick out between sessions. Like, hey, can I do this? As long as it's not like, hey, can I create an arrow of annihilation? I'm like, I've heard that one before.
I'll have to just rename it. I got you.
Yeah. Unicorn of annihilation. It's like, done!
Can I have this movable horn that I can put on any animal?
It's like, got it. Zephyr makes a curse.
You have that arrow, but you just have to kill a unicorn to get it.
Yes!
Because I would love
you have to get the horn somehow.
I would love to tinker and make things, but obviously we would definitely discuss on levels of where it would go. And I think a firearm would be cool, but obviously it wouldn't be like an actual firearm. And with Artificer, there's a lot of magic with tinkering. It's not just straight up tinkering, so maybe there'll be some type of magical projectile.
Yeah, like my big loves go back into things like old school Final Fantasy, so anything like a Magitech armor thing or Magitech anything is much more likely. And leaning in that direction, fantastic. Like I said, between Talus and Zephyr, like that combo land right there, really good. Ren has something going on. I'll let that be a reveal later. And then Leonessa and the soul things with Fenhead. There's a lot of synergy situations.
Yeah, I really like our dynamic between our group. I think it's really good.
Yeah, I'm excited. Like the whole thing. What am I excited? Like honestly, we got a really solid group. Like, I really welcome DMs. I get it, forever DMing. I'm really happy to DM for DMs.
We understand the struggle.
I understand the struggle, and no one's like this big, like, was like backseat driver. It's like, oh, well, technically, sharpshooter gives me 3-4.
Oh, God.
Yeah. It's like we could technically not roll dice at all this session. Let's just, yes, and.
Yeah.
Any other questions thematically? Go ahead, Ren.
What I was going to say is that if you look on the screen, I misspelled my name when I created my Foundry account. It is supposed to be Jedi Rai. I just spelled it wrong.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Yeah, that's it. And if there's any I didn't know if anybody would notice that at all, but just in case someone notices, I didn't lie when I originally created my profile. I just typed
I promise it's not a lie.
Young Jedi was like, I was a Padawan once. I promise it was right.
Yeah.
Jedi RL.
Going way back.
I also noticed how we have like 3 or 4 different types of blues.
Yes.
Even though Ren is a bit of more of a green and mine is a very light blue, so it must look like as a white silver. But we are 4 different versions of blue.
I love it. And then Fenn's like, hi, I'm purple.
Change my color if you wish.
Oh, you're fine.
I just went with Mistress colors blue, so that's why I went with that. But I can change it to gold easy.
Oh,
well,
that's good.
My thing.
I never figured out how to do that. And once again, I'm new to Foundry, so.
Oh yeah, let me show you the coolest trick too. You know that hot bar down at the bottom? Has anyone tried dragging things onto it?
No, can I put my rolls on there?
So the big like
yeah.
Buck, why are you coding all these things? Like, just give me a piece of. drag and drop like your attack onto that, and then press like 1 and press number 1. It's great.
You can just press 1.
You just press the number. Yep.
That is so cool. I saw the
Like,
hotbar and I didn't know what I could put in there.
Yeah, you can really put just anything. Like I could do. Oh wait,
Like
let me
World of
make it not
Warcraft.
wide.
It's like World of Warcraft, yeah.
Yeah, and like
Oh.
first level good berry, you get 1 berry.
I'm gonna put some spells in there.
Yep.
Everyone's got their bread and butter actions. It's good for it's real good for that. They were like, well, let me go get my sheet and find the button and the right pixels to click. Just
Oh,
press
I
a button.
I remade my character in D&D Beyond so I could easily look at it with having the map open because I have 2 monitors.
Nice.
So this makes it easier than having to really look back and forth. I can just...
It found well, if anyone knows for Foundry's listening, like Foundry is just this wonderful tool. It takes a little bit in setup for coding, but for example, if you look at Leonessa, and she didn't go too deep into her, everyone gets something unique that binds their character's identity. And Leonessa and Fen both have these shape change forms. They have a complete progression. I just click a button. It's like great. When they level up with, gets features and stuff, just like that. And drag and drop later on as well too. It's very cool stuff. I fell in love with this 3 years ago and never looked back. Prior to that, we did things on Roll20.
Yeah, like the
Yep,
Foundry's
well,
gone through a lot of growing, so I know like the very beginning was a little bit tougher, but now they've made so many changes that just makes it so much nicer.
Also, I noticed there's some stock dice. You can change the way your dice look.
Oh yeah, you can make it look fancy.
Wait, how?
Wait, so like, I think it's in settings. Like here's mine, for
Settings at the
example.
top. I think it's game settings, and then you can go to. Is it configure settings?
Configure settings?
Dice so nice.
Dice so nice?
Aw.
Yeah.
You can change
Ooh.
what material they're made out of, what color they're at. There's
Wait.
little effects when they get like a 1 or a 20. Here, I'll roll a shit ton of dice. 1 second.
Oh my goodness. I am going to spend way too much on this.
That's too many dice, sir. That's too. That's
It's too many.
dice.
Oh, I'll tell you what though, it didn't do the thing it was supposed to. So I'll go check the configuration. When it does like a 1, it does like the oh no sound.
Oh, because right now it matches the color I put in, but I can change it.
I wonder if it does the same thing with the 20. More dice for the dice
Oh, I
gods.
tried to make my dice look fancy, and in comes bucks.
There you go.
Dice. Oh,
It
there.
burns the
20.
20. Yeah, there you go.
Ooh.
That's so cool. Oh, wow. Special effects. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think I
no.
usually do Earth because she's got green and brown are good.
Just very neutral tones.
Yeah, it's just that. Let's see. What if I do?
I gotta say, you have a pretty good looking party too. Like, look at these tokens.
I think that has more to do with your ability to
Look,
do stuff.
it's your characters. They look amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, I think as a whole, in terms of charisma, there's a lot of charisma going on too.
Yeah.
Oh,
'cause
I can have air dice.
Ooh, you have one. You have a lock and a bard, effectively. So there's like 2 very charismatic people in the group. Ooh, that could be interesting. Especially, they have differing viewpoints on things.
No, I'm stuck between having a set that I personally like or that would match my character.
You do you. Whatever's fun.
Struggle. You're like, ooh,
That's
this
the-
looks
yeah.
really cool, but does it match?
Does
It's
it match?
like-
Will it blend?
Let's see if I under. Oh wait, I see how I can roll multiple dice. Like that.
Ooh, those are
Like-
pretty.
Ooh,
Ugh, these ones
prismatic
are very
dice.
pretty. Yup, exactly. I actually was so close to ordering a real pair of like those kind of prismatic ones.
I think there's an iridescent feature on one of them too, like the way
I can't remember.
seashells work, or that one gem that is literally called an iridescent gem.
Is it not
Mhm.
showing my dice when I roll? I don't think it
Not
is.
with Pounce, because Pounce is a
It's
you
like
have to like do the
fluke ability.
save, right? You have to like target something and be like, hey,
Ah, let
Pounce
me-
Zephyr, like such.
Gotcha. Let me do a different one.
Are you using the Blood Moon ones? Because I think that's
I forget which one I'm
the
using.
red. Might be Blood Moon. Is it red with like yellow?
I don't think it's
Here, can
yellow.
you-
I think it's mine is red and black. Maybe do it.
Oh, then yours might be a bit different.
White.
Oh, yours is white. Okay, that's not the Blood Moon, or it could be. It looks similar.
Yes.
Ooh,
Ben, welcome back.
Pink.
I have
Hey, Ben.
arrived.
You arrived.
Yeah. So okay, we're
Yay.
learning about fancy dice and how to make them look more fancy.
We're having a good old time getting in awe of that which is Foundry, nerding out about Arhor'ha. I know. Well, fortunately, this is recorded, so you can go back and watch all the cool nerd.
You're like, oh, that's what you do. Okay.
Man, I was so I saw your post about we're hanging out before the session, and I took that as like a general we will be hanging out, not it's nearing time. And I was like, all right, cool.
That's
That'll
cool.
be fun. I'll log in when they're ready. And then I looked at the call. I don't even know what made me look at it back at my phone because
Hopefully the at.
Yeah, like the ad, like, hey, you coming?
That wasn't it because I'm in my wheelchair and I had my phone in my pocket and I don't have sensation against my thigh. So that's not what did it. Something made me go, oh, I'll look at chat, see what's going on while we're waiting. And actually, you know what? I looked at the clock and I remember thinking, good, I've still got another hour. I will see what the group is doing. And then I went,
you were saved by your diligence.
I was like,
That's cool.
The second I saw everyone in the group, I was like, Mom, we have to go back town now.
Now!
Right now.
I need Cheetos! I need Mountain Dew! Yeah, order some Papa John's! It's party time!
No, I was like, there's no time for ice cream.
There's no time for ice cream! There's no time for ice cream.
And that was my exact comment. I was like, no time for ice cream, Mom. I'm really sorry.
That's... I almost regret naming this session a New Haven. I think it needs to be like renamed a No Time for Ice Cream.
No time for ice cream.
No time for ice cream, Mom.
Yeah, Mom. Come on, Mom. Yeah.
We were going Christmas shopping, so that was. I was like, oh. What's funny is I was planning on getting my nephew a dice castle like to roll in.
Yeah.
Nice.
I was like, those are cool. However, we cannot lie. It is way more fun just to roll your dice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus,
Like,
I've wrecked a few dice towers with like metal dice, like at a table.
gosh,
I was like, not these. Just put them aside. Like these will not be rolled in that tower. I gotta reassemble my plastic tower now.
Have you seen the amazing Vine dice? I will have to go find a picture of them while we continue.
I don't think so.
I have not. But before we do any of that, then we are doing introductions. Leonessa did a pretty good prompt that we're gonna throw in there. So why don't you tell us a little bit about your character to the wonderful 0.5 viewers we have?
He's 5'2".
Sweet.
I mean, look, it goes up, it goes down. It's a mathematical equation. We've got pi viewers.
So Fendil is an elf from the Feywild and had a happy life there for the most part, doing her own personal research into magic, the weave, anything else that, just sparked her interest. Ninja keeps moving and it's
Hashtag bored dragon, yes. So she whatever floats the boat.
I just didn't know what was happening. I was like, I could just see it moving.
Um,
No, it's okay. So she studied there until a man came into her life and he just annoyed the living hell out of her and all sorts of things, moving books, just annoying her in any way he could think of. And then eventually, they just became friends and he got their, his kind of hand in the door and they started going out and adventuring in the Feywild a little bit together. And that's how she learned some of her more adventurous skills. And then they ended up having children. Until she was dragged into the material plane through magical means along with her children, and they ended up being murdered in the struggle. So she managed to escape while being weakened dramatically, and so she is now on the run and the hunt to get back at the men or group who caused her children's death.
Gotta
Sure.
hate,
I feel like
gotta hate
someone
when
kills
there's
your kids.
kid murder. I mean,
Oh yeah.
you missed the earlier statement, which is a good segue into this map we're looking at, because Leonessa was not even subtly hinting that there were a bunch of children who did not make it out of this keep, and I was offended, and I got over it quickly because I realized I probably did that.
Yeah, you did. You know you did.
Probably.
There was a nice,
Allegedly.
happy. There was a Christmas session that was like all nice and happy, and then we had a session that was like the core campaign back, and he's like, "So now you see this place," and he pulls up the place that we just had. A nice families doing Christmas stuff. Like, you see this place. You notice the demons are going towards it. Like, God damn it!
Hold up. That did happen. The map we went to, however, was a different keep altogether, getting ransacked by demons. Also, this is about Fen. You can't put with demons Fen.
Exactly.
Exactly. It's got this, none of the Fen's backstories got to with demons that you're aware of. So Fen,
Exactly.
what is something that you are looking forward to in this campaign? People were generally answering both as a player and as a character.
Let's see. As a player, honestly, I just like seeing where the story goes. I think it's always fascinating to see how it changes based on, the characters involved and how they interact with each other. Sometimes the not the tension, the troubles that they get themselves into, whether it's as a group or between two characters, like the tension they get into, or arguments. So that's too much as a player. I always just seeing how the story evolves. As a character, honestly, I think mostly it's the retribution she's interested in. But after meeting Ren and Zephyr, I think Fen is very interested in kind of protecting them and making sure they get to grow up strong and happy.
Party mom.
Mm-hmm.
Party mom. How does that make you feel, Leonessa? So context, me and Leonessa have been playing the same campaign for like 9 years, and she always ends up the party mom. So how does it feel to just like kick back, get a party mom margarita there, Leonessa?
Be nice. I'm not gonna lie. I don't always build my characters to be party moms, but when the parties get together and I see the chaos, like my party mom gene just like kicks in. I'm like, well, this is a new personality trait that's happening. All right, let's go.
I didn't intend for her to be the party mom, but she is now.
Yep, it's like she wasn't going to be a motherly type figure, but guess what? You guys aren't getting your shit together, so we're gonna have a party mom coming up here. So having someone else that can do that would be nice.
It still racks my brain. Going as far back as Iolanthe, one of your earliest characters. If someone would have told me then, that's going to be the party mom. Because there's always a party mom somewhere. Someone's got to keep these cats herded. Did it have been Io? No, I wouldn't have believed it. There's just no way.
Oh, those are cool dice.
Those are cool dice. Yeah.
You can also get them in, is it polyurethane? The 3D printed dice that they can make.
The STLs? Yeah.
Yeah.
I might get those STLs. So for those that can't see what we're doing, there are some thorn dice that are Googleable that look really cool.
Really cool.
Ben.
Now, those would tear up a dice tower.
And possibly your hands. Just hold them together. Jenga. Ben, what is something that you are afraid of? Either as a character perspective. Something Fen's afraid of.
Let's see. I would say in this essence, she is afraid of getting actually and deeply close to people because she's afraid of losing another family. Like, she already lost her kids, that kind of getting connected to someone else and being like, oh, I genuinely care about these people and their well-being. Oh, and I just watched them die in front of me. That's great. So I think that's what she has, a fear of.
Making a note here. Watch characters injured in front of Fen. Noted. Okay.
They walk specifically in front of Fen. Leg broken.
Leg broken.
Turns out Fen's actually a black cat.
Yeah. Zephyr's like, I've got good news and bad news. Good news, I've invented something. What is it? A really cool bionicle arm. Bad news, I'm down an arm.
Exactly.
What's this? I'm pretty sure it's my blood.
You got extra blood. It's fine.
I need you to
It'll grow
attach
back.
that to my arm.
Got more where it came from.
All right.
So, Fen, what kind of warlock are you, and what's up with the dragon form?
Who asked that?
That would have been Talus.
Okay, it'll take me a little bit to learn everybody's voices. So that will be an in-game secret, but I suppose since Buck said something about it in the main chat.
I mean,
and,
I kind of jokingly put up on the stream "dragon?" because you've got a completely custom class and subclass.
and with the unique mini. So Fen is actually a dragon. She has been cursed, and the majority of her power has been stolen. So we are using the warlock class, or I'm using the warlock class to kind of display that she still is inherently magical, but it's very limited for the time being. And so I suppose you could say she's kind of a warlock shifter. That might be a good way to put it, but she can only shift into various types of dragons.
Her patron is herself?
Yes.
She believes in herself.
Deeply.
In the
But
real
it's a
world,
very fucked up
I was
show.
gonna say, in the real world, aren't we all our own patrons?
It's so true. It's
I mean,
right.
you could be, unless you got a sugar daddy.
That's true. And then the sugar daddy is your patron.
Exactly.
The question you're going to hate me asking all the time, Buck, what the hell does that look like when I look at it with the sight?
Yep. Oh, I the amount of time this. So for context, for people like, what are these people talking about? We assembled our party Sunday, and we did character generation across the weeks, the past 4 days plus today. Believe you me, Talus, a big question I'm always asking myself is, what does this look like if you're looking at through the weave? It's going to be that lens on everything. And I think that applies to most of the characters here. So I have a subset. It's like, Talus, this is what you see. Yep. No, just you. Just you, Talus.
Just you.
Just you. I need to know where you are at all times.
What are you looking at, Talus? Right.
You're taking a nap. You've got a migraine. You're taking a break. Good. You're not seeing this.
Just, write out, this is what it looks like, Talus. This is what it looks like, Talus. It just send me those.
I'll go to every voice like, well, it's Talus time. This is what's going on.
They just
So
copy and paste them in.
What are the dots on the screen?
Those are
They keep-
so like when you move your mouse around, it's
Oh.
represented on other people's screens as a dot.
We can see what you're
Okay.
hovering over.
Yeah, so I
Yeah,
was
so you'd be like, hey, like what does this do? They'll be able to see like, oh, you're looking at Fenn's dragon thing. It makes it easier for
Okay.
the DM.
Yeah.
I was changing my dice, so that's why you saw my thing moving all around. Because I was clicking different options for dice.
Huh.
Just say,
Yeah, I wondered if it was people's mice, but I couldn't tell for certain.
Yeah. You can also change to change your color if you want to. It's really just a right click on your name. You can change whatever color you'd like it to be.
Oh, user configuration. Cool.
We're talking about the coolness that is Foundry, because again, I fell in love with it. If you want to know a cool trick, what I'm doing this rat, which is spinning around, click your token, hold control, mouse wheel up and down. That's what I'm doing here.
Have you ever just wanted to?
If you ever just want
turn
to
around-
rotate that giant rat around, that's how you do it.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you again?
Yes.
what?
You
Yeah,
did-
I missed that one. I was playing around with other stuff.
To
Wasn't paying
rotate it,
attention.
so you can, if you click your token, holding control will do fine turns and mouse wheel up and mouse wheel down, and then for like 45-degree angles, it's like shift, so you can do.
Perfect. Look at that twirling lion.
Right.
You can fly upside down. Hey,
Go
I
places.
need you to do an acrobatics roll for barrel roll.
Do a barrel roll.
No.
If you want another easy one, is holding shift and picking a direction. We'll point it in that direction with shift and an arrow.
Oh, shift and an arrow.
Yeah, like left, right. This rat's doing a constant about face, which with shift left, shift right. I noticed that people are getting pretty content with the. I think this is the draw tool or the distance tool.
It looks like we're having a bunch of minor seizures.
It really does. However, it is entertaining. I noticed that
Oh, he
cat's
coming.
going right to the fire. That's
He-
a good
he
way to start
coming.
session 0.5.
Watch out! Watch! Oh no! Watch out! He's gonna go the other way. It's okay. We're gonna go.
Oh,
this
was that
way.
fire? Oh, yeah, cool.
Common
I-
common question is: should the world look black and white?
Yes, which is
Unless you're a Talus, it's like, should the world look like I'm going to
Blue.
die? And the answer is yes. That is your dark vision. If you're not Fen, who has the superior version of dark vision, which allows you to see color,
Neener.
you are seeing black and white in areas that do not have light already. If you put things into light, they produce light as normal and are in color, which is why you're probably seeing
she's coming now. She's in color. Now,
Different-
black and white.
different forms of light.
Yeah, she's in color.
A common form of light, I put it, is over here near this giant rat.
Oh,
And
oh,
it looks
we're
like
on
someone just went off to the abyss. That was you.
that. Leonessa wanted to go exploring into the abyss for a second. Just
Went out of
The
bounds.
rat, the
yeah,
rat ran away.
There's a wall here
There
right
is.
in front of Fen. But I can see into it, but not.
Yes, so that is a representation of Foundry's ability to do height.
Oh, okay. It's like a hill wall.
Yes.
Okay. I thought the shading on the sides was just shadow. I didn't realize it indicated.
Uh-huh. So you can
Uh,
hide behind a
terrain.
hill, where you can see over one side to the top of the hill, but not the bottom of the hill. Correct.
So why can't we get on top of it?
Well, that's because it's not perfect, and you get stopped by the boundary. So you could like do
Oh,
that, for
okay.
example.
It's like,
So
that
the
would be
DM has to do
technology.
it.
If you want to climb the hill, yeah, just tell me.
No, it's okay. Roll20 has the exact same thing. Players can move up to the wall, even if there's a way through it. They can't get through it. So I get it. It's one
Yeah.
of those. It's
Yeah.
close, but not perfect yet.
No, I don't think they even know how you would do that, because the way that the same thing is true if you try to go.
Because it would
the
have to like
walls.
half your distance too, and
No, well, the way it works in the program is that it'll calculate where the first line is and let you see past it. Then the second line stops. The problem is that when it comes to stopping movement, it looks for any line.
Yep. Which leads me to ask, Buck,
Yes.
in the future,
No.
when you're able to DM through virtual reality,
Yes. I
how
like this.
psyched are you?
Sign me up. I will sign up to the neural network where my brain does all the DMing for y'all, and it'll be like San Junipero, and I'm okay with this.
I don't know what that is.
I think it was a Black Mirror episode.
Black Mirror episode.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Love Black Mirror. It's so twisted and perfect. Most of it
Yes.
is. There's some episodes that
Actually,
are so
most.
boring.
Yeah, but I feel like that's kind of the thing with most TV shows. Most of it's really good. You get some weird stuff.
Occasionally.
Yeah.
That's like when you've seen it a couple times. You're like, I know which episode this is within the first 2 minutes. Skip.
One The Office episode that you have to skip because it's too uncomfortable.
I had a friend who watched the same show 27 times, and it had like 8 seasons. I was like, why? I can understand 10 times. That's my max. I've seen Lost a lot, and now I'm just like,
Anything more than 10 is too many. Well,
They
yeah.
know what they like.
we're an hour in.
Yeah,
we're
let's
not
do
gonna have
D&D.
we're not gonna have a particularly long session, so we're gonna accomplish 2 things. One, get our feet for how to play D&D at this table. Like, everyone's table is a little different. Walking with limited assumptions is, I found, helps out a lot. One is big in communication. While at the table, my main job, I guess we even call it that, is to make sure things are flowing forward. So if there's OC breaks, out of character breaks, if things are getting slogged down, like combat's taking too long, generally you'll see me like intervene. My ask is that know that it comes from a place of trust and respect and moving things together, because there are, 6 of us table, and all of us are here for a good time. Outside the table is perfect time to be like, hey, like, I saw X, I want Y, or like, hey, can we talk about Y? That's why I was mentioning a little bit earlier, like Zephyr, like the artificer stuff, I lean into that. Like, this world, even though I have accumulated it over 9 years, most of it has been built with players. I just fill in brushstrokes. I'm like the AI gen. I just kind of make it. So you want to bring guns in the world? Let's talk about what that looks like. The Renaissance brings in a lot of opportunities. We did have a 20 to 30 year time jump, depending on what events we're talking about. So a lot of things that would have been off of the table due to continuity issues are back on the table. Perfect time to jump in and have fun in a homebrew world. There is still if you're like, I am a prince. I'm like, cool. Of what kingdom? Like, true, there has to be a kingdom. So like there'll be the little tie-ins. We are going to include airships. I saw that was a big thing, except for Leonessa. Leonessa, sorry. You'll have to like grab.
Said about them. They're fine to exist. Like, go you! You fly in the sky. Great job.
It's
Just-
okay. I'll remember to cast Featherfall if your lion falls out.
What level can Leonessa wild shape into an airship? DM.
Well,
Into
currently
an
she
airship.
can only wild shape into a lion. So if a lion is somehow going to magically become an airship, that's probably going to be the only way. It's like, you notice propellers coming out from the hind legs.
You do have an
Hell yeah.
artificer and a cleric of Mistra.
Into an airship.
Red will be back there just cheering them on like, inspiration!
You're doing good, sweetie. You got this.
You can do it.
You can do it, yes! Oh man, quick run to the chopper's got a whole new meaning now with that lion.
Oh no.
With that in mind, there are some things to know about like the world, because this is not Eberron, right? It's not that quite level of like steampunk, fantasy punk, whatever they call that genre exactly. But there's a reason why airships weren't a thing 20, 30, 50 years ago. First, it's not very economical. We live in a world with magic. If you are rich enough to fly on an airship, you can use teleportation circles. So that's still, it's kind of like the old means of doing things. When we got airplanes, we still use trains and cars, right? We still use the other modes of transportation. So that's still a thing in getting around Arhor'ha, especially if you have money or connections to, say, I don't know, the Academy, which a few of you may have. The other thing is that if you're going to not use it for personal transportation and have the money to afford it and want the safety, you're going by ground. It's significantly cheaper to still go across trade routes as a large caravan and just stock up like adventurers protecting it. The wilds of Arhor'ha don't deal with like highwaymen, wolves, bears, like typical low fantasy medieval times issues. They deal more with, it's a very savage land. So imagine like Europe with dinosaurs. Like it's a little bit different. So any expedition of caravan trading from trade routes, generally we're talking like Crystallis, New Haven, Nexus is a very common route, and then possibly west to Sol Verde, maybe to Elohim before the whole entire thing happened there. Like it's a risk. So that means that most trade goods were very insular to the region. A lot of things get lost along the way. Airships became more economical in the past 20, 30 years. That is, if anyone's taking notes, and by the way, we do two things in the beginning. One is trivia, which is my DM-ly way of saying what are the characters, what are the players like really chomping into, or perhaps my way of very subtly saying, I have written something about this. Nice refresher. And they are awarded XP for trivia.
It's like when they do the last time on TV shows. It's like, you haven't seen this character in a while. Remember that this character exists because they're probably going to die or something.
Yeah.
And
It's like, do you remember what happened to Fendel's children? Like, wait, what did happen? It's like, oh no, are we going to find out? This is so sad!
It's like, what happened to Fendel's
Keith, I
children? Like,
remember.
why is that the question? Why is it? Why?
Why are you asking this? Right. Sometimes it's just to keep it fresh in your mind. Sometimes it might be very relevant because I know we have lives in between every week. It's hard to remember all this crap. The other thing is recap, which is also the main, like what exactly resonated with it. Lots of things happen. The more things that you as players respond to, the more I write content for. It's all custom. It's the beauty of like DMing homebrew as opposed to a module, right? So those two things happen a lot. So that's the airship note to bring it all back. One of those starter important notes. it has become more economical. Zephyr, you are an artificer. That makes very little sense to you, because the main problem with an airship is the engine. Something that's going to be so magical to keep something the size of, we'll just say like a sloop or a frigate, something that is a reasonable size like that, floating and propelling in the air. It's a lot of magic right there. Secondly, the skies, until recently, were rather untamed. You can't hide in the sky. If something is going to attack you, you have two options: fight it or land it. So the skies have become much more tamed, because this is something good for Fendel. Dragons have been much more active, including young dragons, and have been appearing since the Soulburn War to be acting in accordance or in association with civilization. Very similar to previous eras. We are currently in the 4th era. The last time that dragons were cooperating with the mortal races in such a way was the 2nd era. So those are two very big notable shifts in the winds. For those that are younger races...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do the elves still have the anger towards the dragons, or
Yep.
Okay,
I will say it's also specific elves should also be noted, like, right, because it'd be specifically like the Xanthril elves, like the high elves.
Sun elves.
Yeah.
Elohimian elves, the sun elves.
Elohimian, yeah, that's it. Yeah, like the wood elves are not at that same level. They don't have a whole city.
We have a Game of Thrones tinge. Like, the one big DNA of Arhor'ha is everyone has an agenda, and Sun Elves' agenda is very, very genocidal against dragons.
Oh no.
Xantherial elves are politically aligned with them. So although they are not like, let's go on the dragon crusade, they are much more likely to go kill dragons in Xanthril. And that's unique for Fen, because Fen, the type of dragon you are, is a Fey dragon, right? So that's, you're kind of like in this unique case. They're not going to go bother the courts, the Fey courts, which a dragon likely would be associated with. But if you were like, I don't know, bronze dragon, like, well, you're metallic. You probably associate yourself with Elo or Atlas. We need to just cut this back a little bit.
I had a quick question.
Yes.
Emphasis on cut.
Yeah, but bump.
Roughly how big is Arhor'ha?
It's
Like in
Australia?
Australia. I based the landmass off of the size of Australia. I think at one point I did like the kilometers across of it, and I don't remember anymore. What I will say is I'll give you rough ideas of the distance of time to like travel.
Mm-hmm.
For example, Crystallis to New Haven is a week on foot. New Haven to Nexus, I believe, is like 2.5-ish, depending.
Okay.
And if you're going as the crow flies, you still have to go like around the mountains, so maybe not as much. And then like a week and a half as you go like west to Solverde. I'll do those sorts of things.
And
that's good. I was just wondering.
Yeah.
And thank you. That was my question too. So yeah. Now in the Dwarven city is destroyed.
Duodecim, yeah.
All that paperwork.
All that paperwork. So to the west of New Haven, which we're going to be starting out at and culminating around. If you take the trade roads west, you hit Duodecim. Duodecim was the city of dwarves, based off of 12 houses that kept everything in order. It was bureaucracy done to insanity. That said, you get lots of great tomes and documentation out of this, built in triplicate and signed by 3 different houses. But they're no longer a city-state. They have been brought to ruins in the events of the Soulburn War. No one has explored anything about why. Just that it's no longer accepting visitors. There is no one at the gates. It's pretty ruined. You're probably going to run into things like drow or dwerger there more than a dwarf.
Where did the dwarves go? Were they all
got
slaughtered, or did they get out?
Displaced? That's a great world question. The dwarves went into one of 3 places in general. Some of them went to Westgate, which for everyone else is a very like prison colony setup. But now they're liberated, so some of them went to Westgate. Some of them stayed. and are doing a very rebellious thing because dwarves, they're very stubborn. Most of them, however, went east and ended up in New Haven.
Okay.
Those that are still, again, of those three categories. You could also say there's some displaced down to Crystallis. Crystallis got a lot of refugees. I would like to point out to the east. There's something that's missing to the east as well. A place called Freeport. Freeport.
Yeah, poor Freeport. That place has just been through it.
Freeport has been the most raised city-state in Arhor'ha. Yeah, period. It's been blown up 1, 2. This is the third time. Third time it's been blown to smithereens.
Oh.
Yep.
Why
And then
is
this
it called? Why is
and
it
this
called
is-
Freeport instead of Risky City?
Risky city. Yeah.
well, then
Tortuga
you also
was
have
taken.
Freeport and New
Building in
Freeport.
floodplains.
Well, for those that like world building and maritime, in the southern side, which is if you went through the crazy waters and the Aurora and the Mist to say, I'm going to go from the Sword Coast, Moonchase to Arhor'ha, you only had 2 ports to go to. One was Crystallis. The second one was Freeport. So Freeport is the one that has a whole lot like more freedoms. It was based around the ideals, very New York City-esque. Freedom, you can come in as long as you've got money and you can like hold your own, you're fine. A lot of tieflings, this is before the Center of Ernest and like the Hell Riders, a lot of tieflings resided there. A lot of what they said like the undesirable races ended up there as a result. And they had a huge thing of piracy. It didn't help that it had a very like might is right mentality. They actively did piracy, and they believed that was the Lord of Pirates and a devil like ran the place. So it has been smited by holy fire once that took out 2/3 of the city. It has been assaulted by elves and recently raised by angels. Now it's just someone just poured bleached on it and cleaned it top to bottom. So it's not there anymore. It's gone. It's ruins. The people that survived that event, most of them went to either New Haven, and a lot of them went to Crystallis. So lower Crystallis specifically.
So there was an influx of thieves and stuff like that into Lower Crystallis 20 years ago?
Yep. So for those that have ties into Crystallis and Lower Crystallis specifically, you'd notice that and tensions. Like Lower Crystallis was already very slum-esque, and it just got refugees. So those that play like Dragon Age 2, it's a lot like Kirkwall in that aspect.
Okay.
Yeah, those who play Final Fantasy VII, Crystallis has an upper and a lower, and almost exactly the same stratification. If you're noble, you have magic, wealth, and status, you live above Crystallis, where literal magic keeps landmass above Lower Crystallis, where they can look up and see bricks.
Lower Crystallis have no sunlight.
No sunlight. The only time they get sun is when they go to the fringes where the sun is like rising and setting. They don't even bother enchanting the bottom parts of Upper Crystallis to give them natural light. So they're also not very healthy. Like you need sunlight.
Yeah, they're worse than Shinra.
Yeah. Yep. Worse than Shinra. That's it's true.
So I take it that's where like the magiocracy,
Yeah. Magiocracy. Yeah. So the
magiocracy lives up in the flying portion.
That's where the academy is. That's where they say real Crystallians live. They live up top with the 4 houses. Major magical have like powerhouses. Obviously, there's magical families and whatnot, but it really comes down to just the first 4. Very inspired by what is it? If Hogwarts was brought into more Game of Thrones intrigue,
Yeah.
you get that. Yeah. Which I think if you read the books, like it was, but it was built towards young adults, kids. It's like, well, if you get to later books, they really all were like that. It brought that to the fray. What else is really world interesting? Might tie into your characters.
What is?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, what is the purple tab over the thing on the map?
Purple tab over the thing on the map.
Yeah, it looks like a tower to the
Is it
east
the unknown
of
tower
New
that
Haven.
no
The
one has
unknown
heard?
tower.
God damn it.
All right.
You know what? I don't know what that is, and it's been there since the existence
You're no longer party
of
mom,
this map.
Leonessa. You have to convince other people to make that a thing. So the big
If you want to go visit that place, I don't know what it is, and I've been wanting to know for years, but no one's gone to it, so we don't know. It's
Nope.
just a building, an ominous tower.
How big of a tower is it?
Oh,
Like
it's very-
skyscraper size.
Oh,
or
it's
is
sky.
it-
Oh, yeah, it's skyscraper size. It's very Tower of
Okay.
Babel-esque. It's big, and
Have
there
you
is
seen,
nothing around it in the ground but like
Ooh.
marshland. Like it is
Have you-
treacherous to approach.
Have you happened to see is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon, the anime?
I have watched the first season of it. Yes.
Yeah. So is it like that?
It
Like, I mean, I get the size of it. Like when you look at the outside of that tower and it's just that massive, like magical unknown tower. Is it
Yeah.
like that?
or like Aincrad from Sword Art Online. It's very similar
Okay,
to that. Yeah.
Okay. All right, guys, let's go.
You know, there's something on this
Minecraft.
map. When I first saw it, I've always had this question.
So.
Looking at the islands to the right,
Oh my God!
why is there a Spotify island?
What? There's a Spotify island. Is it the one that's to
Oh my
like the north? That's
Is
funny.
that one? Yeah, the one that's more north. I just keep seeing the Spotify symbol whenever
I'm. You know what?
Sorry,
I'd like to
listen
put.
your
Rat Attack is a band now. Just gonna put that out there. And now something Spotify related is gonna happen with that island. I'm adding it in the lore.
I just say Spotify though is 3 lines,
It is,
but I love
but
it.
It's
I
still
lo-
close enough. It's green with the
It is.
inside having the mark.
All right, so it's literally. I know. I'm a big play on word side person. I know exactly what I'm doing with that island.
Oh,
You
no.
Do not. If you get again, airships are a thing. There's. I think we'd have like a bet, like the Deadpool, like how many seasons you'll have without wrecking one. You give someone a vehicle, they're gonna Grand Theft Auto into it.
One.
We have a bid for one session. But
Oh, I thought you said season, not session.
oh no, session.
We'll survive
Session.
We'll survive this session.
Yeah, no, I give session 7.
7. Okay, seven
Session
sessions. So the second you get, we'll say once you have captain privileges to an airship, 7 sessions.
Yes.
Okay.
Or it's wrecked. Oh,
Yeah, immobile. You're not
No, I
going
get
back
it.
up in the air.
No, I gave us 3 sessions until we crash somewhere. I don't know if it's gonna wreck it. But
5.
I'm gonna say maybe I could repair it. I'm gonna give us 10.
10.
Mm.
Oh
Maybe
yeah,
if
no,
we
I'm
break
definitely
down around
counting on.
6,
I'm definitely counting
then
on
we
you,
can
Zep.
fix
You're
it.
not allowed to leave this party. I'm counting on you to
Well,
fix that thing.
A weird, unexpected fact is druid. I don't know if it's my druid or backgrounds. I'm proficient in vehicles, and I'm like, what the vehicle is she maneuvering? Can I
Oh.
fly an airship?
No, land vehicle. First off.
Yeah, I have land vehicles as well. I do not have flying yet. I need to go to school. I'll get my license.
It's like we'll get there.
Yes. That means
Oh,
that
no.
License in a fantasy world.
that means like you can like do a carriage, like a caravan thing.
Okay, that makes more sense. Then like
Not
there's a
like,
car.
you know, I don't know, Maserati. Like you're not these don't exist.
If you put spoilers on the side of a horse, it's kind of like
I mean another I was about to say, as long as you don't put a horn on one, okay? But I
No,
mean it
spoilers,
also
it's
means
fine.
like riding horses, I believe, is considered land vehicle. Like
So if I put, if I tattoo flames or lightning on the side of my horse, does that mean it gets like 10 or 15, higher speed?
you
I
can,
mean, it can-
you're
it can
allowed to
believe
imagine it is, and then when
Yeah,
I'm like,
like,
it's time to
it'll
move your,
believe it's
your horse.
fast.
Yeah, it thinks it is. Speedy.
It thinks it's so fast.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna be faster than any horse you'll have.
Yes, I would like to point out some interesting facts about this party, and I'm always for like, wow, this happened like in session. I would like to point out that at some point in time, I may put a gap between you and the enemies, just to watch you, gap close, because it is ridiculous.
I have some potential to be very fast. I go with the wind.
Yes, you do. Leoness,
I would
you're
only
not too far
punch
off
people,
either.
Do you also have Misty Step? Because if so,
I
yeah,
don't need Misty Step.
I mean, I imagine if Leoness
You
is
have
pissed
long
off
strider,
and turned
that's the
into an
question.
island and turned into a lion, her pouncing at you would be terrifying.
All I can think of is when
Like a
Ren
full force.
decides to like reveal like the cool turtle stuff. It's like everyone's going far ahead. It's like the guy shows like, guys, like, I'm so far back here. Tie a rope to me. I'll shield surf. I will totally support that if you decide.
Oh my
Oh
gosh,
my
I want
shield
to shield surf.
If you want to shield, I will let
Oh,
this right now.
how
It's
heavy are
recorded.
you?
Session 1 hour 24 minutes in. If you want to do
I would
shield
say-
surfing,
I'd say
go
I'm
ahead.
probably like in full plate. I'm probably 180, 200.
All I gotta say, left hand, because you're strong. Left hand, line 1. Right hand, line 2. Sled.
Oh. I'm not gonna lie,
Can
for
use the
some,
lions.
yeah, for some reason, I just imagine Leonessa turning into a lion, having Nox and you guys just turning them into like sled dogs. Like, go! Be like, "Alright."
Well, then,
Run ahead.
I'll make
Add-
rain.
I was about to say add Fen then. Yeah, it's like,
Hell yeah.
so
I'll
it's
be a
not,
sail.
it's not
I'll
land
catch
vehicles,
up
it's
later in
it's
that deal.
shape changed animals on ropes.
Wait, we don't need an airship. We can be our airship.
Yeah, that's right. Zephyr's like, wait a second, what if we added wings?
What if you just make
Add lift.
make the 2 lions be like Santa's reindeer, and they
Could.
just fly up into
Oh,
the
yeah.
sky?
I'm as a DM, I am very excited for this season. There's some things happening.
Well, there is the boat of feathers, so.
There is.
Or the
But-
feather token of that becomes a boat. I don't remember what it's called.
Yeah, I know what you're
So-
talking about. Yeah. There's a lot of you bring up a good point, Fen. World and magical items. It's in the DNA. Aurora is a highly magical world. Like you're very common to like trip over common magical items. That means Talus. It's not gonna be uncommon to see magical things. 1. 2, again, every time I'm explaining something, I'm like, okay, this is enchantment magic. Everything's canon, so I'll probably be like, yeah, it's conjuration, I believe. I'm gonna pop quiz myself on the schools again. But like you'll see that all over the place.
Cool.
Highly magical world. Zephyr, there is some, since you like tinkering, which means like what are components of, there is some unique items or materials in the world. We do have mithril. There's a little bit of adamantite in the world. Most of that comes from literally the sky. And the stuff with Celestian, which you may or may not come across in the season, depending on like where you go, what you do. Mithril is mined in the mountains. There's not been a whole lot, but what has been a lot is nethicite. Nethicite is if you took like the concept of mithril, maybe for Rings of Power did a pretty good job of it, and said, you know what? Let's just say the Balrog. Yeah, forget the elf. It's just Balrog energy. Like it's just very negative. So touching it's very bad for you. Being around it's very bad for you, but if you turn into an alloy, because, Rings of Power, alloys, wow. Like, you can make some very potent magical items out of it.
I know where all my money's gonna go into.
I'm really curious. Is Talus the site that Talus has? Is he able to see like what magic something is, similar to detect magic?
Not even similar, it is. So you
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and I think you have a background tie-in, so I'd imagine at some point, and Talus, it's your character, so you're welcome to say what you do and do not reveal. But from an out-of-character perspective, yeah, he's got magic sight. Everyone's got a unique growth pattern to them, literally like touched by a mystery in the eye sockets. So yeah, very similar to that invocation that you almost took. I was like, oh, this will be interesting. Before
Any other question?
beat me to it. Any other questions about world more? I know we really hyped up parts of the world, but I want to make sure you have options of where to get TNT at the DMV, places to go
Real quick,
in it.
what is Skyport?
Skyport's
I mean,
a good question.
I'm assuming it has something to do with the sky.
So
And a port.
and
Yep.
and a port. So remember how I mentioned that Freeport kept getting blown up?
Was it from Skyport?
Skyport was like, I'm done with this, and they took the city and raised it up off of the shoreline, and it's a floating mass. Yeah, it's the city. One version
That's
of
the
Freeport,
city?
yes, is up in the air and floated mobile. It hasn't been mobile since, but like it mobilized itself, north of Nexus. So if you're at Nexus, or for someone who's gone to the Zodiac Observatory, you can see it very well from the telescopes there.
There's not still dick wasps up there, right?
Unknown.
Dick wasps?
Okay.
Unknown.
I was just at the observatory, but I've seen the dick walls.
Oh, you know what? That means we get to go into how you do like knowledge-based things. It's a great segue.
Yay!
So, yeah, Foundry has a unique system that you can roll dice. You won't even see the result. So, Talus, go ahead and give me a
blind.
A blind. It's called a blind GM roll.
Okay.
Of perception.
I'm a blind GM. Okay.
Yeah. So, in an ideal, what should happen is you roll the dice. People should see that you rolled dice of some sort, but you won't know the result. The only person who sees the result is the DM.
Okay, hold on a second. I see what my perception bonus is.
I believe in you. I just want you to know you've got this. You are your own rainbow.
While you're doing that, there's another key thing, which is I call it the anti-brute force method. In any skill check where people are like, I want to roll, it's only ever 2 dice. So if someone is doing an action and has proficiency, they can assist for advantage. Or between the two of them, the highest roll and then advantage. There's that goes with the idea of like, let's move things forward. Let's just not throw dice until we get a happy number. So I saw the results.
So you asked for perception, right?
I did.
Okay, yep.
It just gave me a number, which is good, and I will keep that result if you'd like. I think you can also roll from your sheet.
What do I have to?
If you click,
I just clicked on it before. I thought I tried that before and it didn't work.
Yeah, this worked. Yeah, you mean the roll on the die was completely different. I will, yes, I will.
Whichever one.
Oh no, I'm picking the first one because again, my motto is favor the player because the second one you rolled a 1, which would have been hilarious to play off of, and the other one you didn't. So I'll tell you what you saw. So when you were at the observatory and you had the opportunity to see the Arhor'ha effect, most of the continent you can see from end to end up there. You did not notice any wasp-like creatures, humanoids, in that area. You did see people are living there, though. Humanoids are.
Okay.
Where is this observatory?
If you take the map and start walking north, you'll notice a very snake-like passage. It is in the mountains of that region. And that is where the observatory is.
This and New Haven.
Mm-hmm. Between New Haven and Nexus.
Okay. So it's in that. Okay.
That mountain range.
Cool. Is it common knowledge that it's there, or is it kind of a?
That's common knowledge. Like if you approach the mountains, it's a pretty big. Well, the observatory is a pretty big place. You can't like not see it approaching. Yeah, the getting up there is the big problem. Because mountains.
What's the? I know dick wasps have like a technical name.
Tisculi.
That's it. Dick wasps.
For those that are wondering, or if I'm pronouncing it into a funny way, Tisculi were back in 2nd edition. They're affectionately called dick wasps because they have 2 attacks and they can sting you to paralyze you. So like they are like one of the worst things to run into mechanically speaking. They are, and they fly. So I want to say that Tisculi were one of the hardest groups of enemy I threw against you in season.
They're
6.
really tough. They are.
You also had like supercharged people. I'm not going to do that. Yeah, it was a challenge
it's a whole thing, but
to the heroes of the time.
Yeah, it's like basically last I remember there were like a whole swarm of dick wasps up there. I don't know, with all the wars and stuff, I don't know if, maybe they got smacked by a dead dragon that came down or something, and now there's no more dick wasps. Hey.
Maybe.
You know what we have, though? We have an airship.
Not
Maybe.
yet, but you will have one.
At some point.
I will say this, because the will is like saying, I'm just going to hand you the keys to one. You will have strong options and have to basically walk away from one.
Oh.
If you don't want it. Like, you'd have to go that far.
How do you spell Zakuli? Because
I
it keeps trying to give me sequel. It's like sequel? No,
Sequel?
no.
It's a
Tusculi, like
T-U-S-C, I think O-U-L-I. You'll find it in older editions. They look you know what? During what is it? Post session, I'll pull up the them specifically so you can take a look at them.
It translated it to tequila.
Very close.
Well, I think in each tequila after those they were not fun on the receiving end. Even on the outwards end, they were a little bit. I was like, "Well, you're paralyzed now." I'm like, I can't do anything. Like, I know. It's like playing against a blue deck in Magic the Gathering. Not as fun. We'll curb this back a little bit. Any other questions? We talked about the Zodiac Observatory. We haven't really talked about the Celestials that much.
Well, I mean, are they still around, or?
Oh yeah.
Or is it they're in their own realm watching down and they're ready?
No. Well, in the third era, they had a hands-off approach. During the Soulburn War, the reason that place looks like someone like dropped bleach bomb on it was because of the Celestials. Right.
They essentially did the holy version of that.
They did, right. They cleaned up that area in Mr. Clean style. They have since stopped, but they're around.
Are they? Is it just like an army of them, or some of them, or?
There is a host, like a celestial host, to a specific deity. I'm trying to think based off of people's backgrounds. You might actually have context knowledge to this. Leonessa wouldn't. Finn, you're an operative, so you may have come across this. Give me a blind intelligence check to DM.
Oh, do I just need to set it to blind GM roll and then click on
intelligence? Yeah.
Ability check.
Okay.
I think that worked. Yep. I don't see it.
Do you see the number?
Oh no, I just see question marks.
Fantastic. So I see your results. I have the result. Yeah. So Fennel doesn't have a whole lot of knowledge regarding the Celestials. Like, not a deep amount. You know that they have the host is divided into 12 different factions, all to a single deity that's overseeing things. The deity never really manifested. It's number 12 and a singular deitic location. Rather important because there's at least one person in the group that has a strong deitic relation.
Oh, were they sapient wasp people?
Yes, they're sapient wasp people. We're going back to Tusculi.
Yeah, sorry. Once I want to know something, I'll keep googling for it. I found how you spell it though.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll just put it into chat.
Cool. So Celestials are a thing.
Is this how you do it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I like that. That die was good. And yeah, that if you just rolled me blind to that, Zephyr, that's how
I did.
Yep.
Hey, cool, then I don't see it. Perfect.
Is there a way to like on Roll20 you can pull your character sheet out of Foundry onto
to make it like a separate page?
Yeah, because I can see like a very slim part of the map if I have my character sheet open, or I can see, the map.
Yes.
Is there a way to do that? I didn't know if there.
Double click the top to collapse it.
Oh, cool.
Oh, that's actually.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I've been.
Helpful.
Yeah, that was the one thing I did figure out.
Good job, DM.
Yeah, no problem.
5,000 experience points.
minus 50 DKP. Yeah.
We got the clicks of the buttons. All right.
Button clicking. So we learned blind rolls. That'll be big table etiquette about knowledge. Oh man, I gained so many DM hit points off that. You'll notice a lot. We'll do call outs. Like, I believe a lot in table equity. So if someone's particularly quiet and I'm like, hey, let's sit here, you'll see me do camera 1, camera 2 a lot. Where it's like, hey, I in an RP heavy scenario, it's not uncommon for small groups between like 1 to 3 to do a thing and then the rest to do a thing. So I'll bounce between the two. Not an open invitation to go do like your own thing independently. It's BT Dubbins. I also have hit points, and running like 5 individual scenes will kill it really quick.
That's fair.
Any FOB questions regarding like the world and interest of areas of questions? Because after getting the hype train going, choo choo kazoo, we will start us off getting together in New Haven.
Yay.
I mean, I'm good. I guess I do have one more question. Looking at my distance thing,
Yes.
are you able to take diagonal steps like on the one I'm measuring from Talus to the rat? It shows Talus, and then it's a 5-foot step up to here.
Someone was moving it around diagonally.
So-
and I can't remember what it was.
There used to be. I have to remember how to do this again.
If you hit like the up and side arrow at the same time, it moves you diagonally, or the down and the other side.
It's not.
Oh, it does. Yeah, like it just hey.
Yeah. I mean, you can do diagonals. There's a Leonessa, let go of your character.
Okay,
for a second.
cool.
There used to be a way you could plot waypoints. I have since forgotten how to do that, but there is a way to do it.
To Google. You continue the game. I'll Google it.
All right, go Google it. So and what it'll do is it'll do movement. Maybe it's a measurement I'm thinking of.
How are people like doing the like corners kind of a thing? I can only do like straight lines with the measure tool.
There's like making waypoints is what he was mentioning, but I can't remember how you specifically select the.
If someone was doing a diamond a second ago, like, that's what you do. Like you drop a point, and you can then like press spacebar and move it. So like you can see that I'm currently moving Zephyr around this 30 feet right here, and I press spacebar, and it does the movement. But you can also create waypoints, which
It's control. It's
Control?
from what? I mean, that's what it said online, but it's not working the way.
yeah, not the way I'd expect to either. But when you do that, when you're done creating all those wonderful waypoints, if you hit space, your character will move along that waypoint set that you just
That's
made.
cool. That's cool.
Someone's making a very intense pattern to
Cool,
dance through.
cool, right? I saw Zephyr do it.
How are you doing that?
Yeah, how are you doing the turns? That's what I don't.
I'm holding control and I click, and then I just keep clicking.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, derp. So yeah, you don't try to drag and drop your token. You just
But mine-
hold down control when you have one, and then space when
And
you're
click.
done.
Whoa.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure the people that are watching this stream are like, what Dungeons and Dragons are you playing in your
This
This
butt?
is called
Please.
rat race.
Dungeons and Dragons, where we'll just move around the page.
For those that are
Lots.
currently tuning in to Dungeons and Dragons here with Buckland RPG, we are currently Waypoints and Dragons. All waypoints all the time. Rolling for waypoints.
I did have one question about the map again.
Sure.
We had that mysterious purple tower.
Yes.
No
There's
one knows.
also that black tower that's southwest of Duodecim.
Yes. That's Westgate.
And that, I guess that's Westgate? Okay.
Yeah, I think that I have a pin on there currently, but the one that's southwest of it, and it looks like there's something there, that is the prison colony Westgate. So to get to the west of the giant mountain range, you either go through Westgate, if you're southern part of it, which is prison colony, go out there, get sundew sickness, die of old age. Or you can go north and go through the Sol Verde tunnel and leave through Sol. You can also try going over the mountains, but you know,
You can
I
always
take it
try
there's
going-
giants up in the mountains.
it's treacherous. Like I say, like all of the wilderness of Aurora is treacherous, but it's treacherous, and you'll deal with things like less oxygen. So like you're doing the long dark plus Jurassic Park. It just sounds like a horrible time. If you haven't played the Long Dark, highly recommend. Great survival game. Just the zoomies. with Zephyr. Look, I've got all this movement. I'm going to use it. Even if it's going forward 10 feet, back 10 feet, and forward again.
I just like that you're like circling the rat. Like the rat's gonna know. The rat's gonna know what I feel.
This rat is so confused. It's
Can Zephyr make oxygen tanks?
dead.
Dead.
Can he make oxygen tanks? He hasn't yet. I'd imagine it's well within his thing to do the magical equivalent thereof.
Let's do it, Zephyr.
It would be infusing something with water breathing effectively.
Anything's possible if you just believe.
Spellbreaker stuff has all kinds of spells for that.
Ooh.
Go
ahead.
One, just I guess mechanics question.
Sure.
Is it possible to do both a spell and a cantrip on the same turn?
It is possible to do.
Yes.
Yeah, like if you have Quicken, for example.
Well, no, I was thinking more for me specifically, being able to like bonus action shillelagh and then action do a bless or a heal or something.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You can do cantrip. What you can't do is 2 spells.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. As long as you have action economy and they're not 2 spells, you can throw in cantrips. Yes.
Yeah.
You assumed your plot position, Note. Good. As is your right.
As is your right, not to be confused with Nox.
There's a reason why I did not name him Note.
Gonna be so confusing because there is a Note in this world. Any other? I love this. Honestly, I could do like 4 hours of just talking about the world, like the DM life of world building.
I mean, I'm sure I have tons of them, but none are jumping out at me.
Cool. Well, we have opportunities during end session for questions. As always, I'm a big fan of storytelling that is show, don't tell, but also I have a huge respect for if I don't have a basis of my world, I have problems. You'll have problems like asking the good questions or like finding in. If you don't talk about the tower, why would you get hyped about the tower when I go there? But I won't tell you what's in the tower. It's kind of like one of those things. Call it like candlelight DMing.
Okay, I didn't have my map open when the tower came up. Are you talking about the purple tower?
Yeah.
To the east?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Next campaign, I'm making a character that's backstory is just around that tower, so you have to tell me what it is. Like she's from that tower. What is it? She's from it. What does it do?
What's gonna piss you off? And the benefit? Maybe not. Maybe the curse. The longer you
only made it to the first tower.
The first tower. Yeah. Then was it? Then Don Fluffles got in the way. But no. Is one fact generally leads to another. Like I love layering lore. And the moment that Leonessa finds what that thing was doing over the course of the last 9 years in real life,
how upset am I going to be?
You are going to be so bad.
God damn! Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, that's not a remote location. Like, Crystallis and Freeport, that was
We've just
between
never
those two.
gone to it. I just don't know what it does. In 9 years, no one looked at that tower and was like, "We're gonna."
We have to go there.
But
Right.
now we have to make it like one of our characters.
Why?
Needs
Yeah,
to
you have to have a
need to have
reason.
the tower. Like, Leonessa has no reason to go to that tower. Who likes tall purple towers? Does anyone drawn to the color purple in towers?
Purple worms.
Ooh, could the weave be doing something funky over there? We have to check it because of the weave, right?
Exactly. Come on, Talon.
Actually, you joke about that, but it does have a problem with the weave over there.
See, like we can make it work.
There you go.
Okay, we're gonna figure out what's going on with that tower.
All right.
Either that, or I'm sorry, Buck. Next character is going to be from that tower, and I'm gonna learn its.
Gonna learn its
learn
secrets.
Its secrets.
Now, the shortest season. Season 11, sorry, it's over. We're going to season 12, Mysteries of the Tower, with Buckland RPG.
It's like, what are her personality traits? Tower exploring and walking upstairs.
What are you so excited? What are you excited about this season? The Tower. Approximately the Tower, Buck. What are you afraid of? Not towering. Not towering.
I'm afraid the tower just really isn't that exciting.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm afraid I'm going to get there, and it's one
Tower's
big illusion, and I'm going to be like, the fuck.
That's when like everything goes really quiet. And they're like, what happened? What happened to Emma? Where'd she go? Like, I think she walked away from her computer. I don't know if she's coming back.
The sound of silence starts playing.
Yep.
Anything else about the map, like locations, organizations, meta laws, races, shenanigans? Going
I
once.
think we're good.
Going twice. Great. Well, I have talked a significant amount. I'm going to make you all talk in just a moment. So we will start off with Talus, because I do need to change one specific thing with your return to. I realize that you're going back to Crystallis, and we need you to not go back to Crystallis. So,
Okay.
I mean, there'd be no reason why you don't just keep on leaving. Like, oh, bye guys, I'm writing myself out, going to Crystallis, got to hand a book. So we're.
I figured you'd have something that
I did. I was thinking about that yesterday. I'm like, I gotta stop you. All right, so most people, BT Dubbins, are going to start in and or around the town of New Haven. So New Haven, that's big. New Haven is a township, 500 less people, very sparse out. It's mostly notable for having a lot of high technology abjuration magic around it. Light posts that keep things rather light and warded. People are relatively safe, even though historians or those that are a little over than 20, which isn't many people, remember that it was attacked recently. You wouldn't know. So Talus, you're one of the younger races. So for you, going through here is the same as when you went out. Very nice town, kind of London-esque in a way. And
I like the word post. That's a very neat effect.
Yeah, word posts. Yeah, light abjuration. For you, this place is like Alice in Through the Looking Glass, because with your mistress sight, this entire place practically radiates a very elegant sense of magic. If you've seen people like paints, like I can draw a line. Can you draw a line the size of a hair? Can you do many? Can you make circuit boards? It's got that circuit board level of order and mentality to it. High-end artifice and enchantment went into the small things, like the posts, like signs that actually show like what these shops are. Like they're the closest to like cyberpunk-esque in that, because they like glow. Very warm. The people here have been mildly a place. You've seen dwarves walking down the streets as you are in morning time, making your way from your camp recently, walking into New Haven, north to south, finally made to town. Probably a little on the tired side. However, at the opening gates of this, you notice a colleague of yours from the temple of Mystra, and also Ogma. Mystra being magic, Ogma being knowledge. It is a short fellow who is bald top, white hair at the side, fidgety, making very true case of being very gnomish. Depending on how you would like to say you've met this character, he's very talkative. And it just on the tip of your tongue. Give me an intelligence roll. What's this fellow's... blind, yeah. What's this fellow's name? Because, fidgeting, short, gnome, colleague, water cooler. What's this guy? Oh, you know this guy. You know this guy really well. It just snaps in there. Like, this guy's name is Fricks, and he is talkative. And if you're not careful, he's going to talk to you for a while, but he will all day long. And while you're realizing this person is, and their area of expertise happens to be history of the area, specifically infernal, draconic, and celestial history, and he loves being a living history channel for you, he sees you, and he immediately starts walking your way, as much as a hurry little old gnome can do. And you've just woken up. I don't know if you're a coffee person, Talus, but he doesn't care.
Alrighty. So I see him coming up.
Just shuffling?
Shuffling towards me.
Shuffling towards you?
I know it's coming, so I reach into my pouch and I pull out one of my good berries. And I say, Fricks, didn't expect to find you here.
Talus! Oh, I'm so glad I saw you before you entered the town. His arms talk with his hands.
How can I help you?
I needed to find a discreet place to talk, and you're in the middle of the road, mind you. Like, people are walking by. Half elf just kind of like gives you the side eye, like, what's going on here?
I give the half elf a little nod, and I say, "Well, discreet. Like you want to just go over here to the side of the road, or discreet? We need to find a room somewhere."
He like takes 2 steps to the light. With your amazing knowledge of Fricks, you remember that his social graces, tact, is low. So he takes 2 steps to the left. This is good right here. Another half elf walks by, looks at you.
Okay, looking around, do I see a place that I would consider a little bit more private?
Go ahead and give me a quick perception check. You do a quick visual scan. Absolutely, you absolutely do. There is this nearby tree that's about 10 paces away that you're positive will block out sound.
Okay, I say, how about we go over here, Fricks? We don't want to, bother everyone.
Okay! And Fricks just walks over to you, the good 10 paces from the road to this sound-blocking tree. Talus, have you finished your report? He just kind of like does the hand gestures like aliens.
I say I'm still working on cleaning up some parts of it, but mostly it is at least written on the effects of the sun. Oh God Almighty! Sorry, just pulled out of my head there.
So it's like
the sundew thickness. I've done for the observations on that. Yes.
You didn't, by chance, go deeper. And he kind of like points up to the stars, and you notice next to this noise-canceling tree, there's like this couple people walking by, and they're looking at you. Like, this tree is not canceling noise very well.
Yeah. I said, well, you talk about the rumors to the north?
Yes! The rumors! Big old air quotes with his nubby little gnome fingers.
I'll lean in a little bit, and I'll be like, so are you telling me that you believe that there's a lot more on that?
Give me a insight check. You notice that Fricks is sweating. He seems a little nervous. It's like, Talus, listen very carefully. Don't turn that report in.
Okay. Yeah, I trust you have both our and our God's interest in mind here.
By Ogma, I do, Talus. There's been some things going up in Crow that are not, well, they are above board because they're high up there. And once you reach a certain altitude, and he begins to ramble.
Yep, I let him ramble some.
Okay, a minute passes.
Alrighty, and then I'll say, Frick, if you think that I need to do some further evaluations, I will take your experience into effect, and I'll do some more studying. I have no issues with that.
Have you? And he looks at you. He's like, "Have you been to Nexus recently?" Knowing that you had to have gone to Nexus because it was north of here.
I passed through. I honestly didn't spend much time there. I was on a mission, as to Verde and to Seoul. So,
well, I have 2, and he like produces like 2 little slips of paper, tickets. On, he points to this like airship dock that's empty currently. Tickets to the next flight to Nexus. Would you be interested in joining me? It's like, oh, what's the right word? He's struggling with it. He's talking to himself. Oh,
Skyport?
What? No. Just What? What'd you say? A little lost in thought.
All right.
He looks at you like blankly for a second. Wait, what did you say?
I said, where are your tickets to, sir?
Oh, Nexus. Like,
it's
right. That's just he taps his thigh, slapping a gold knee slapper. like, let's just go on a sabbatical together at Nexus. How does that sound, Dallas?
Well, I just walked from Nexus there, Frick. I don't really know if I want to go take a long trip over there.
He like puts a hand on you. How tall is Talus?
Talus is 6'2", I believe.
All right. Well, he just above the belt then, because he's a small old gnome. It's like
Not below the belt. just
now above the belt. It's just it's like there's a nice villa there that we should check out. It's got good wine, I hear. You know so much about. He doesn't drink. He's not a drinker.
Okay, I don't know if I'm being propositioned right now.
Yeah, well, that's Fricks.
Okay,
You can roll. You know what? F it. Roll insight. Maybe you are being propositioned by Fricks. No, you're Mr. Provides. Mr. Provides. No, you're not being propositioned. He just seems like he wants to really get you away from this place as soon as possible.
Okay. Like he doesn't want me to even enter the city?
Yeah. Like he doesn't want you anywhere near civilization right now.
I said, well, on the ship, could we maybe talk a little bit more about your concerns, Frick?
Fricks is like, yes. Oh, that's brilliant. We'll be up in the sky, and the SS Vengrin 5, I hear, has this beautiful non-detection built into it, or so they say. No, that was 4, wasn't it? Was it 6 that they're working on? And he just kind of looks lost in thought.
What was the name of the ship?
The Vengrin 5.
Vengrin 5.
Okay. I guess I agree to go with him. Mr. Provides.
Mr. Provides. All right, so the two of you are going to be hanging out by that tree for a moment. Which brings in, we'll start with Leonessa. Leonessa, you've got good eyes.
Thank you.
In the distance, you notice two things on your way in from your recent escapades into Animal Sanctuary Land of the ones near New Haven. You were planning on visiting the Wolf Tribe to see how that sanctuary was going. You were you checked up on a raptor one recently, so one of the Hawk Tribe, how they're doing. Good news, Hawk Tribe's doing well. No one's had a tragic end in the past 5 years. So good.
Always good to hear.
Mm-hmm. But before I go further, because I wasn't privy to all these DMs, which background tie-in did you do? Which characters?
What do you mean, like who knows?
Yeah,
her?
who knows her besides? Besides
I
Talus?
know. Oh, I'm trying to remember exactly. I know that I think, if I remember correctly, because everyone's name is very similar. Whoever was in the Fox Tribe saw her briefly, but only would remember her floof.
That'd be
Talos. Okay, thank you. Sorry, my brain's like, I know one of those. And for the other ones, for the most part, she's not like closely tied. They just would have been aware of her. I know, weren't we doing that? The artificer made a tool that would help her be able to stick with Nox.
Perhaps.
Yes.
We could have done that, yeah.
Yeah. So I think those are most. Other than that, people have like seen her. They're probably aware of her because again, she's a very like humanitarian type person, but she isn't like super tied.
Okay, so you're on your way inbound to meet Zephyr. Zephyr, you are you got a Raven. You're gonna meet up Leonessa later today to do some maintenance on something you tinkered with for her.
Sounds good.
And when you do such on your inbound route, you notice Talus, who is 10 paces away from the road, overhearing about most of that conversation that you just heard, because it's not a noise canceling; it's just a tree.
It's a tree. Yeah, they don't really cancel noise as much as give shade.
Yeah, and Nox is with you, and as you're walking, like Nox is just keeping an eye on Talus, like very interested. Like, I may pounce.
So then when that happens, you'll see, even though like she can't necessarily touch Nox, but you'll see her kind of like put her hand on his back to almost kind of calm him in a way, but she's keeping a very close eye. How much would she know Fricks? She would probably have talked.
You're 130 years old.
I'm old, and I know Fricks is also old. He's seen some shit.
Fricks has seen some shit. Go ahead and give me a history blind check.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, because like I don't know how much she would see his going on and be like, "Ooh, this is really serious," or be like, "Oh, it's fine."
Yes. Fricks. You're fairly certain that's a gnome.
Excellent.
You know Frick's name is Fricks because Talus has used it in conversation with earshot.
Yeah. Yeah, like I just
And
heard
you know
his
Talus' name
used
is
a lot.
Talus because Fricks used it within earshot.
So yeah, so she'll approach very cautiously, like she's keeping an eye mainly on Fricks, because when she's seeing Nox getting like a little bit maybe like more defensive in stance, she's gonna relate it more to someone that she doesn't see as many times. Like, oh, that's no.
All right.
He's doing some stuff.
Well, let's make this spicy. Talus. Go ahead. All right, first off, you're advancing like just normally, right? No, like
yeah, like
okay.
normal, not stealthing up there, just walking like a
All
normal
right,
elf.
let's have Talus give me a perception check. Make this one open.
Oh no.
So a public roll.
Public roll.
Oh, that's not a good.
Beautiful.
Perception.
So
That's not a great amount
So
of perception there.
I mean, people are coming and going along this road. So it's not, and this person's coming from behind you. So, Leonessa, as you're approaching the back of Talus. Talus, you do not observe someone is approaching you. Fricks, however, does. And he's looking at you, and like you're in the middle of your conversation about like, let's do a thing, let's go to Nexus, and he just stops dead, like petrify spell.
Seeing that reaction and seeing that he's looking behind me, I will turn around because he's kind of giving me a whole vibe of like we're being hunted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like time to put on a tinfoil hat. Yeah.
I'll turn around and I assume I see Zephyr, who I recognize.
Leonessa.
Leonessa.
Oh, it's just Leonessa?
Yeah, so
just me and
she's
my-
gonna meet up with
She's
me.
going to meet up. Yeah, I'm tying you all together. She's going to
I
meet
see
Zephyr.
this-
You see Leonessa.
And I see this big lion come up.
Yes. Ethereal lion. Yeah, Leonessa, do you want to give like refresher what you and your floof look like?
So you see a almost 6 foot tall elf coming up with, long dark hair that's braided. She's got like twigs and stuff kind of braided throughout it. And then she has her lion that is large in size. So it would essentially be almost as tall as her, right? It'd be pretty big.
Your lion is a large creature.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's a big bean. So when she walks up, like the height of her, like she's fairly tall, but then you've got a lion that is about the same height and much larger. He's all black, but you happen to notice that both on Leonessa's skin and Nox's skin, there's like a scarring / like pattern that glows, and they do match up with each other. So it gives him a very ethereal feel versus just being like a lion. And he is a little bit intimidating. A bit.
Okay.
Ghost cat.
Talus will take like a half step, so he's kind of in between them and Frick. Because once again, I know Frick, and Frick is kind of giving me a thing like he's being hunted or I'm being hunted.
Yeah.
But Leonessa will notice his eyes just like flash gold for a second.
All right.
And he looks at him. Now, you told me what I'd see there.
Yeah.
'Cause that already.
What?
I was like, what does he see?
What does Talus see? I mean,
And then you actually see me, like I crouch down a little bit, like I was standing up, and I said I'm 6'2", but it's almost like I crouch down, like I'm just trying to get a different look at the lion.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll look at Leonessa and say, "Is there anything I can do to help you?"
Are you sure that the conversation you're having is best had this much in the open?
I said, "Well, Frick sometimes just has to talk. I don't know."
And like you notice that like Leas is looking at Frix because she recognizes him, but also had noticed that Nox is being a little bit uptight. Now, I am curious, Nox, when Talus is looking at him, is there any kind of uncomfort coming from Nox, or like where is he kind of focusing his?
No, if anything, Nox is getting closer and closer to Talus. Like, if he gets any closer, he's gonna be able to like nibble for taste.
Oh, so you'll start to notice, like, you know, Leness is giving a nice smile, like very pleasant, you know, just trying to keep the conversation calm. But you notice her just ever so slightly shifting her body in front of Nox, just a little bit,
Just a little bit.
be as like a barrier of the lion.
So as disturbing as this will be, like there's now like Nox just like goes through Leonessa's abdomen. So there's like a well embroidered cat face on Leonessa's outfit, which is actual ethereal cat. Looking at Talus, like trying to give Talus a
I know
sniff.
what that looks like, but okay. So I'll be like, "Well, that's something I haven't seen in a while." That's
Yes, he seems unusually drawn to you. In more of a, what's the best way? It's best right now for you that he can't quite be corporeal currently. So I'm glad that that's the situation that we're in. But I am very curious as to why. And you start to notice that like she's almost like sizing him up, trying to be like, why does my lion want to eat this man? She's just kind of So what does she notice when she kind of like, because she's checking for any like abnormalities or something that would make him come across as prey, because that's what she's registering as happening.
As prey? Yeah. Prey.
As prey to Nox is what she's seeing. So she's trying to figure out why. Why is he doing? Why is?
Sure. Go ahead and give me an animal handling check. Blind.
Live or blind?
Blind.
Oh, okay. All right.
Beautiful. So the thing that you notice is that his stance, Nox's stance, is not of one of predator. His tail is flicking. He wants to play with Talus.
Like, that could be fun or terrifying. It's a mix.
Yeah. So either Talus is in this sea of people that are currently moving around. The immobile cleric is more entertaining to play with.
As she's really like, okay, it's play. That's good. She then looks at Talus and she's like, how easily do you get scared?
Of animals? Well, when I was brought up, we used to play with them all the time.
Have you ever played with like a cat or a lion or a wolf before?
He goes, in the past, I've, it's your friend is reminding me of something, but I can't quite remember. It was long ago.
I think I guess the easiest thing for me to just let you know is he might pounce on you. He can't do anything. He cannot do anything. So you're safe. You're very safe. he might jump on you and chase you. Are you okay with that?
I'm sure Mister will protect me.
If you see him looking at you and jumping, just make a sound, because I do want to make sure he's not corporeal when that happens. Not saying that he would intently bite you and take an arm, but it's less likely to happen when he's like this. So like that's fine, right? Like that sounds good.
So you'll see he'll reach into his pocket and he'll pull out like this. It'll look like a strawberry, but it's just kind of golden in color. And he'll say, "I know he's incorporeal, but would he like something to eat?" And he holds the berry out in front of the lion.
Oh yeah. Nox absolutely goes out and attempts to eat the berry. And since the berry is magical in nature, the hand, like, Nox chomps through your hand, but only the berry goes away.
Yeah, he ate a berry. Yeah.
That'll keep him full all day long.
Are those now? Because I also have. Is that good berry? Is that good berries?
Yes.
Or yours gold? Okay, because I also have good berry. I'm like, are they just different in color? Perfect. She's like, oh yes, those are. That unfortunately usually is what he eats a lot of the time when we're in like the rough of it. His typical prey isn't always available, so good berries definitely gets him by. And then like she keeps kind of looking over to Fricks, like
Frix's eyes are as big as saucers at the moment.
yeah. She's like, however, that does not. Now, are you sure you don't want to have a conversation that might be a little bit more in depth, not behind a tree?
Well, my companion has already convinced me to travel up to Nexus. So, right, Fricks? We're heading on an airship, right?
Frix responds with a very elegant.
Said I personally have never gone on an airship before. Fricks, have you done that before?
He seems a little frightened.
I can't imagine why. So then,
He's like a Muppet at the moment.
Lanessa doing her typical, like animals are okay. She kind of leads Nox over right next to Fricks, and she's like, Nox, sit down. Just sit. And so you see, like, Nox will sit down, still keeping an eye on Talus, but, like, sitting down. And so she looks to Fricks, she's like, he can't hurt you. You can pet him if you'd like.
That's what you think. That absolutely can become corporeal and take at least one or more of my limbs off. I am very attached to my limbs. Both of them. And my legs. All four of my limbs. I am attached. And my head. The torso is key to all of it.
Fricks is small, right?
Fricks is tiny. Yeah, he's a little old gnome.
Would Leonessa be able to pick him up?
Oh yeah. Just give me an athletics check.
All right, excellent. Does it need to be blind, I'm assuming?
No, make that open. This is a very visible action.
All right, we're doing athletics. Excellent. How's that go?
That's
if I go to
fine.
pick up Fricks.
You pick up the little gnome.
So
like
she picks up.
Wait a second. How do you pick him up? Like a little baby? Like the over your shoulder? What are you doing?
I relate it more to, like, she's trying to get him to a point where he can look at Nox and understand that Nox won't hurt him. So she kind of picks him up, like, if you imagined he's like a wooden board, and she's just like picked it up straight up, and she's just gonna kind of carry him,
like underarms, like a little baby.
Yep.
Okay, so you're holding an old man baby
right.
gnome.
Seeing this will be like, whoa.
I am too young to die.
I was gonna pick him up, and then I was gonna, like, look at Nox, be like, gentle, and then I'll put Fricks right in front of him. So, like, if he wants to move, he's going to have to touch Nox in some way.
He freezes. Like he just stops breathing altogether. Like if this is the moment in my life where holding my breath is gonna win.
And so you see, she kind of like lightly graces Nox's fur, and it almost looks like I don't know, like a starshine. Like there's like a sprinkling that happens when she tries to pet him because she can't really pet him. And she's like, "Lay down, Nox." And so then you see Nox lay down. Now keep in mind, Crix was right in front of him, and when lions lay down, they lay down forward first. So his whole
Good.
entire body is going into Frix's as he's about to lay down.
Let me check something real quick. I'll make this a
Oh no! Oh no! That's
Torturing this poor old gnome.
yeah,
I'm trying to get it-
he passes out. Seriously, he's like this is how it ends. You see the big old like faints in your arm. He goes limp. You now have great. I get to talk last. The Frix is just passed out in your arms like a big old man baby gnome in your arms.
It's like, I've never seen anyone react that way before. She's just like holding this gnome, like.
I'm guessing Frix really isn't one of those people that has had as much experience outside of cities as we have.
No, and Talus, it
kind of take care of my friend here.
It dawns on you, going back to your memories of Frix. Talus, Frix, you're pretty sure he's got a fear of cats.
Oh no!
Oh my god, it's fucking perfect.
So yes, I will pick Frix up, or the best I can, and kind of just bring him around to the side of the silence tree, and gently, chafe his wrists or and stuff like that. Like, come on, buddy, need you up. Come on.
All right, as you're doing this, time to rip another person in. Ren,
We have created a bit of a scene.
you
At this
have.
point.
Ren, you live on the outskirts of You're a good bean. You live on the outskirts of New Haven. You got to go in and you got to make the donuts. You got to sing for your supper, so to speak. And you're on your way in watching a man. It's worthy of song, Ren. You're seeing an elf with a giant ethereal lion assault a gnome with it looks like another person like just trying to like mitigate. So this is your opportunity to save Elven Savage banditry or calm the situation down. So with this, buddy? Ren.
I'm muted. I've been talking and no one's heard me for like,
Oh!
45 minutes. I've been
Oh,
wondering
no.
why there's been lack of engagement. Okay.
All right. Oh God. Well,
Dude,
all right.
we've all been there.
oh yeah. Mostly on Zoom calls for work, but yes.
I'm sure your commentary was beautiful.
Yes. So I think I need to preface first that like Tolkien set the standard for elves about them being tall and like statuesque, and I want to blow that out of the water because this is Forgotten Realms, and like elves are short according to Forgotten Realms lore.
Yeah.
So you see, like I'm half elf, so I'm a little bit taller. I'm like 5'8" is what we're looking at for Ren here. I'm actually pretty stocky because I'm a strong boy.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm kind of like walking along. I'll probably have my lute out, strumming a little thing to myself, thinking of little things in my head, and I see this scene above me or in front of me with all the commotion with the like the baby gnome old man being picked up. Yeah. And I'll kind of like freeze in place and just kind of like can I help?
It appears that this gnome had a great fear of cats, which I was unaware of, and he might have passed out. Do you have a way of unpassing him out?
Unpassing. Would a healing word help? Like, a little magical inspiration, a little pep in his step.
Sure. And like Lanessa thinks on it, she's like, maybe, but we might not need something as powerful. And so she starts thinking to her herbalism kit and try to think, is there any herb that can just like smack someone out of being knocked out or
Like
passed out?
smelling salts.
And if
Yeah.
I can take out like an arrow and have like a little, maybe he just needs a poke.
Just a poke.
No. Let's not poke anyone here. Like he already had a traumatic experience. I mean, and I look over at Leonessa and I go, I'm not going to tell you how to do your business, but maybe next time when you pick someone up, have them pet the side of the pretty lion, not put them up near the big mouth of the lion. You know, I mean,
I find that a lot of times you won't get things done unless you face the hardest parts of them first.
well, that's a theory.
A game theory.
Excellent.
Thanks for watching.
Go
See y'all
ahead.
next time. So yeah, I was gonna say, is there anything on my herbalism kit that's like smelling salts that can jolt Fritz back to life?
No, but you know what?
Ah.
For inclusion, Ren has some.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll kind of walk over and I'll look at him first, and maybe I'll like wave my hand in his face, because like I don't want to like really wake him up because this is gonna mess him up if we do this.
Mhm.
So like, is there any sort of reaction as like I fan his face?
No.
No. Okay. I was like, okay, everybody stand back. I don't exactly know what's gonna happen now. And like I kind of like they're in a little like for clarity's sake, they're like a little paper wrapping casing, and like I kind of like crack it open in front of his nose, and the scent comes out. And I just kind of wince and close my eyes and like brace for impact.
Okay, so you do that, and it's like, ah! And he wakes up, bloodshot eyes, everything. Is he still being held?
No,
No, I
I
yeah.
picked him up, moved him away from the front of the line.
Yeah,
Okay.
he
So
has been
He's like
moved.
leaned up against the tree, like sitting on the ground, back up against the tree, and I was like trying to like chafe the hands, try to get him up, and then this helpful individual is now waving something underneath his nose.
that's right. Blood curdling scream from a gnome
Yep.
occurs, but a little bit of flailing. So like you get like the Adventure Time slap fight situation here, Ren. It's like ah! But he's back, putting a hand to his chest, feeling his beating heart at the moment.
We're good, Frick. We're good. Just you don't have to go that close to the line again. You're okay. You're all right.
And then you just hear in the
I
distance,
saw
Leonessa
Agma!
say, like in the distance, say, "But you didn't die, did you?" And she's just like saying that really quietly in the distance, like you're not dead. Though.
Frix looks at Leonessa like, "You are the devil."
and so this like what's your name, small man?
So his breathing, he's panting heavily, he's leaning forward, and he's already small. So he's kind of like looking up at Ren like, my name is Frix, and last name begins. 30 seconds later, it finishes. It's like, who?
I could write a song out of that. Is it okay if I just call you Frix?
Oh yes. He like grabs like weak old man, like grabs like your forearm, and then your other forearm just shake your hand, full arm. Like, thank you. Thank you. You're my savior. He just leans forward. Old man, you can just tell his frail. He's like all skin. I thought I was gonna die. Just like he just showed up.
And he's like shaking
put
the
a
arm,
lion.
just, like, wildly waving.
Put a lion in me. I saw Agma. He wasn't that happy. I think I need to do more with my life. It's too young to die.
Yes, I'm quite sure of this. Now, one thing, perhaps I could say something that would make things a little bit better in this situation is this is Mrs. Leonessa, and as scary as the situation may be, I think we're gonna be okay. Like, I've seen the lion before. He hasn't bit me yet, but
Yet.
I think yes.
So there's still a possibility.
Back me up
My on, but what's the probability, Red? Are we talking 1 in 10? 1 in 100?
Yes,
What only takes one time? Look at my little clothes! He waves around.
Okay.
I'm starting to
Question.
hyperventilate now too. Like, what if? Oh my gosh!
Oh god,
no,
it could happen! He starts freaking out with Ren, just like doing little pitter-patter feet.
I have a question. Are there any other animals nearby that are not this giant?
Not now! They're like, even the horses are like getting spooked by this commotion.
Okay. Are there like, is there a bird in the tree? Is there a bird nearby? Is there a mouse? Something small that's not a lion?
Something small. You know what? Give me a perception check with advantage because you're a druid.
Okay.
Blind. To see if there are nearby critters that are close enough to civilization and not freaked out by this.
Remind me, does it automatically do advantage when I roll? Does it automatically do the 2 rolls? I can't remember.
I don't think it does. Like the ones so far have just been singular.
Okay. I haven't.
But I can press a button. Did you see that?
Oh,
roll I just
see
did?
advantage. Yes. And I
You
see there's
did?
advantage. No. Hold on. I'm gonna roll. It's animal handling.
No, perception. You're looking for
Perception.
animals. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll just roll 2 for now. I'll. That's a thing. I'll fix my end.
Okay, no worries. So yes, you do in fact see a squirrel.
Okay. All right.
And in this tree, and this like this squirrel's like, this is my home. You all can leave. So it's like a very stubborn looking squirrel watching this
Fair
from
enough.
up in a branch.
We're gonna do some. We're gonna have a conversation with the squirrel.
Oh lord. Okay, got it. Let me
and
get
we're
a
gonna-
squirrel voice going.
We're just gonna. Let's see. Oh no! There we go. There we go. We're just gonna have a nice conversation. Oh, I privately rolled that, but that's a conversation with the squirrel.
Okay, so Talus. You
Yes.
naturally notice that Mystra is called upon, and that Leonessa has cast Speak with Animals. Very, very unique in a way of identifying spells that only Talus seems to do. Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
Red is freaking out equally, but otherwise magic is a happening.
And like, so Lanessa looks up at the squirrel, who is very obviously not happy that people are around the tree. She's like, I need your help. I will get them away from the tree. Can you just, I don't know, do cute squirrel things around them? Make them feel better? Can you do that for me? Then we can leave?
What's in it for me? Says the squirrel.
I have some good berries I can give you. I
No.
also...
I don't want no good berries. I want
What do you
nuts.
Oh, right. We're in a town, right? Is there a nut cellar?
Is there a nut? Yeah, I mean, there's good foraging, and like there is probably like, you know, candied like nuts that are out there, like walnuts and stuff.
Okay. She's like, what's your favorite nut?
Walnut.
I'll get you 5 walnuts.
7.
6.
8. Go roll persuasion as you negotiate with a squirrel.
But he's a squirrel. It's perfect.
That's true.
Thank you, Zephyr. Say my thought. Yeah, it's a squirrel.
It's like a 4-year-old trying to negotiate.
Trying to negotiate. It's like numbers.
100.
1, 2, 3, many. All right. So what was your offer again? 6.
6.
He looks at you after 8, and then like you guys stare like there's silence. Squirrel doesn't know how to count, so he's just making shit up. It's like, all right, 6.
Thank you. It's like, just do cute things that will make them not be afraid of their lives.
So, despite this, I know, squirrel voice, this thing pops down and does the Disney princess thing. Just big old eyes, so fluffy and cute, it chitters. Look at me! It jumps around and bounds. And what was your goal with this, Leonessa? To say that, like, animals are okay?
Yeah. they got real scared of the lion, so she's like, oh, it's okay, we're gonna go. Like it's basically she threw him into essentially the lion's den. Now she's pulling it real far back to squirrel territory
All right.
in terms of nature.
Ren,
We're gonna squirrel
Talus,
it.
and your NPC Fricks. You get a little bit of a cute squirrel bouncing around. It's making itself really obvious, like trying really hard to get your attention. It's also squirrel sized.
I'm going to try to help and say, look, she's friendly with squirrels. The squirrel's not afraid of the lion. And let's face it, the squirrel's even smaller than you, Frick.
He's like, looks at Ren, synchronized, heavy breathing. Leonessa, animal handling, please.
Okay, can do.
Beautiful. Well, everyone's like, look at this show. You notice that, like, if everyone's seen Up and Doug goes squirrel, Nox goes squirrel, and like just takes a big paw and swats the squirrel.
Oh.
And the squirrel is like, ah! Like only Leonessa here is like, ah! But there's no splat because it's ethereal, so it also just like freezes, petrified, and just tips over like it was made of wood.
Did it pass out again? How many things
No,
are going to be passed out with Nox?
And then Fricks looks at the Talus. It looks at Leonessa, and then it finally looks at Ren, like just holds on. It's like, can you stay with us for a while longer?
Yeah. I was gonna like pick up the gnome and run with him. Actually,
I mean, you can do that too. Like he goes like, yes, we're getting you out of here and into a home, a happy
Yes.
home.
Yeah.
And that's kind of, Nessa looks at him. She's like, "I'm sorry. There's been a lot of changes. I used to be much better at this. There's just been a lot happening, so I feel like I've lost my touch with making people not terrified for their lives. But I would like to point out that squirrel isn't dead. So
Yet.
you're good.
Yes.
You can say, and like she looks at me, she's like, you can say "yet" at the end of any sentence, and it can be true.
Yet.
That's fair logic. And you haven't hurt me before. I think I can follow this train of thought.
I don't mean harm. I just the world. And like you see, she pauses. She's like, the world is a big and scary place. There's a lot happening. There's a lot of unfortunate things occurring. And I typically find that if you safely, and then she like pauses, she looks at them like, safely introduce animals or creatures that aren't as harmful, it can help create a feeling of being okay and being able to handle yourself when something that might not be as friendly does approach. It's never meant in malice. I really just wanted him to not be afraid of an incorporeal lion that could literally not hurt him. But there's also a squirrel.
The squirrel twitches its one leg.
and like she kind of looks at him, she's like,
Talus will ask Ren if he's got any more of those smelling salts, or that smelling salt's still up, and maybe try it on the squirrel.
Yeah, I think that's good enough for me. Wex, how does that pitch sound to you?
Like so Fricks breathes like
Fricks.
yeah, Fricks is breathes. It's like, all right. It's like, you know what? I'm a big ass man. This should be okay. Just like I'm gonna face has got this like I'm gonna face my fears look. Like I've reached the port of coping where I'm ready to be an adventurer. Then he looks at the lion and it's like little bit at a time.
and this is potentially going to be really nice or really condescending. We're going to find out. So then Leonessa sees, Fricks, getting a little bit stronger, so she goes down on one knee and she produces a little tiny, like, grass doll that she usually gives to kids that are nice and strong and brave when they go against, when they see, like, big animals. And she's like, you're doing a great job. and she hands him a little tiny doll.
Give me a persuasion check for how well this goes.
Like, this is either really nice or real
Or
condescending.
really condescending, yeah.
It can go one of two ways.
Oh God.
Can I sprinkle some of the salts underneath the squirrel's nose as well?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, okay, you in this order. So, Leonessa, you go and you we'll say console, Fricks, encourage.
He's real trying.
And he's like, I'm a big ass man. You're like, you're a little man baby, and he has absolutely no strength. So he attempts to summon his pride and slap it out of your hand. Give me a strength check,
Buddy.
or a strength
It's okay.
save. I don't think you have strength proficiency either way.
No. Oh, does that need to be blind or? Oh.
No, that's fine. It's very visible activity. Don't worry. The DC was like 2. So you just get like slapped, like what the power of a baby. It's like I'm a grown ass man. And he just slaps your hand. It's like doesn't feel like a grown ass man. It just felt like a little like baby batted at you. Like you felt more force from the children that you've tried to coach in the animal sanctuary. This is like an infirm little gnome.
He should drop it anyways to boost his ego.
Oh! I'll say that he's not removing it by force.
Yeah.
So she looks at, like, seeing that he tried. She'll put the doll away and she'll be like, "All right, message heard."
All right.
But I'm glad that you took the step forward. And then she just like stands up and she walks away.
I'm glad that you.
Talos will step in and be like, Fricks, as a servant of Ogma, you just need to relax. We'll be okay. Your God protects you. You're all right.
Looks at Talos like, I can think of at least 30 ways that thing can kill me. Ogma has told me many things. But then he takes a moment, take a deep breath. But yes, you are correct. Ogma provides. If now is my time, he has made that very clear. And it is not, because I am here, and that's the point with us. The squirrel gets up and bolts. Just away he goes.
And then Lanessa keeps an eye on him and be like, I have to get him some walnuts.
Yes,
I'll
but
do that later.
we got one more person to go before we go to Zephyr, and that would be Fen. So Fen, you are incognito mode, and you have more operative style things.
Yep.
Ever since, and it's been fairly recent since your escapes. Your wounds are still pretty fresh. The hideout time that you've spent in New Haven to kill the trail, about a week, and you've been putting together forgery equipment to get on the next plane, fastest way out. You're still waiting a seal for some tickets for the Vengrin 5. However, while you're out here on the outskirts, you see a squirrel accosted, an old man assaulted, and this scene with some familiar people out in the distance. With your very keen eyes that can see this.
How long until I'm supposed to board the airship, or until the airship's supposed to leave?
You've got until the afternoon. You expect that the airship's going to dock before noon and then leave in the afternoon.
Okay. She, considering she is in disguise, she won't want to break that yet, especially since she doesn't know most of them very well. But she is keeping an eye on Ren, and she is humming a certain familiar tune that Ren would recognize.
Okay.
So for the moment, I am fine to wait in the background until Zephyr has made his.
Until everyone goes to meet Zephyr?
Yep. Okay. So she will just tail them.
Okay. So you're being what the conspiracy theorists know, tailing them.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Beautiful. No, it's all canon moving forward. So you're keeping a
Oh
tail.
no, I wanted to ask a question.
Yeah.
If I had been able to hear Fricks and Talus, then she's definitely suspicious. So I'd like to keep an eye on Fricks as well.
Okay. Give me a stealth check.
Okay. And that's 2. Is that blind or is that?
It's an obvious thing because they'll go against people's passive perception, so people can check to see what's going on.
Okay. It is. Oddly enough, it is not something she's proficient in. I only had so many proficiencies. It makes me sad.
Yes, not a rogue. Okay, so
5!
I would like to point out that passes everyone's passive perception. And although you are having a loud conversation near a non-sound dampening tree with a squirrel, a conspiracy theorist gnome, and half the party, it is pretty obvious that you are being watched by. And Fen, give us an idea of what your current disguise looks like.
It is kind of a stocky, like dwarfish guy, like a big, red beard. He's got a bag over his shoulder. Got kind of an angry face, expression on his face.
Rest in angry dwarf face. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it's very obvious to everyone that dwarf is paying attention to this group. Not as a huge surprise given the commotion you're making, but that dwarf is like, yeah, this.
I'd like to wave hi.
He'll just give you a grumpy nod.
Can we help you?
Nope. Wait, who said that? Was it
That
Talus
was
or
Ren.
Ren?
That was Ren.
No, not right now.
Talus is
Okay.
more focused on Frick.
Say what?
Talus is more focused on Fricks. He observes you're there, but he's more trying to calm him down.
Oh yeah. Fricks is at an 8, and he's working his way back to being at a 4, and that's as good as you can hope for with Fricks.
Yeah, and I think Leonessa has realized that maybe she needs to calm down on her introducing herself to other people with her lion. So she notices it and keeps an eye, but she doesn't say anything. She's like, I swear if I make another creature or person pass out, I don't think this is going to go well. I don't think they'll want me back here at New Haven.
So,
that's tough.
Leonessa Fen, did you go into the origin of Nox? What kind of creature Nox is?
That he is a so I got a hair in my mouth. He's a fey creature of some kind, but that's about. I think we probably discussed a little bit like in character, but out of character we did not.
Yeah, he's a
He is
Namian lion.
A
right?
Namian lion, which is a fey native lion that is not native to the material plane at all.
Yep.
So he's like a weird anomaly. He's not supposed to be here.
Anomalies are great.
So yeah, after seeing the very obvious person watching us,
Very obvious. Yes.
Leonessa will look to Talus and say, it would bear merit to maybe go to a tavern or something. I do have to meet Zephyr. Would you like to join me? As we go to a place where maybe we're not going to be as observed.
Hearing Zephyr's name, Talus will, I guess, perk up a little bit and be like, the artificer?
Yeah, he created a device that helps me kind of bond a little bit more with Nox, but it does need to get checked up just to make sure that everything's still okay with it.
I'll look down at Fricks and see, there, she's a friend of Zephyr's. She's got to be okay. Come on, let's go with them, and maybe in the end we can talk a little more, my friend.
So Fricks just kind of does the little shuffle left, shuffle right. Every day he's shuffling. It's like, okay. It's like you can definitely tell there's this trust, this bond in his eye. I'm afraid, but I'm okay because I've got you all around me and Agna. So it's like, yes. Okay. I'll faith. I will believe in you, and hand to the sky, little ray of light behind it, and Agma, and it's not just a sun cloud. So like, Aurora goes by. No more ray of light.
And Leonessa will look to Frick. She's like, I don't want to make you pass out again. Would you prefer Nox to be in front of you or behind you?
Are those my only options?
Would you prefer beside you?
I can stand between you and the big cat if it helps, Fricks.
I
It's
like
do you want me-
like that idea, and like Talus, and also Talus, and looks at like that a moving caravan, and that caravan.
Okay, so we'll just walk behind you. That's fine. So there'll just be a giant lion following you, but you'll have some good distance.
So now's a good time to walk to Zephyr's towards Zephyr's shop. Fricks will regale you with how Duodecim had these things called restraining orders, and he definitely wants to issue one to Nox as soon as possible, with a minimum of 300 feet at all times.
Can you have a restraining order? Like this will be like, can you have a restraining order on a creature?
I meant Fricks will go in and be like, it can be anything. It can be living, deceased, an object, a thought, and like then you remember Duodecim is ridiculously about law, so it could be about something that hasn't existed yet. Yeah.
So what do you do when that thing appears without knowledge that it cannot get close to you? How do you communicate with it to let it know that there's a...
It should know! It's the law. That's why it's a restraining order. It's an order.
So Fricks is just all sorts of crazy.
Yes. Yeah, he's a knowledge gnome. He's a knowledge gnome cleric. He's a little he's seen some
Eccentric?
stuff. Yeah, he's a
and like Leonessa can't help her, so like she's trying to like keep calm and everything, but like there's just something inside her. She's like, next time try it on an enemy that's trying to kill you. We'll see how that works with the restraining order.
And then he takes like a proud stance, and almost like echoes like Talus like Agma provides. And you're like, I can cast command, so maybe it will work.
Just imagining like there's a lich out there somewhere, and then like comes you like, I have a
restraining order.
Excuse me, you cannot come to me.
Leonessa hears Talus just kind of softly and almost a sing-song tone going, not helping.
So the gnome and the elf druid are having a colorful conversation. Zephyr
This is never gonna understand that paperwork.
Hi.
Why?
Hello. So I'd imagine with the situation with your mother and like the work and workshop, you have a little bit of a side hustle because our fists are in high demand. You do know. Well, Zephyr kind of like is easy breezy. So you're gonna get customers a day. You're pretty sure. You're pretty sure one of them may be Fen, but you're like, I'll be seeing people today. I like people. Mm-hmm. And in your little like rented shop area in New Haven, nothing crazy. You notice this ragtag band make their way in. So as a DM, I'll as colorful as I can put this. An elf, a gnome, a Namian lion, a human-looking cleric, and a bard walk into not a bar, but your little like stall shop area.
I think
your
I know the
atelier.
Majority of the people coming in.
Yeah, so a little party shows up in your atelier, your workshop.
Oh, hi everyone. I was expecting Leonessa, but I didn't see other guests are coming.
I might have scared them, and now we're just joined together.
Well, that is all right. I hope you're not scared. And I go over to Nox and I put my hands out.
Yeah, Nox loves Zachary. He's like, purr, leans into it, can't be touched, don't care.
Mm-hmm. I still move my hands as if I was petting.
Fricks crosses his chest like, I still don't trust him.
Yeah, I was going to nudge Fricks, be like, maybe he's not so bad.
Maybe it's waiting. It's They're good predators, giant cats, you know. They can wait. Look, doesn't even need to eat. It's like, I think it's like, wait a second. If it doesn't need to eat, would it eat me? Then it wouldn't eat me. Then it wouldn't need to wait. But if it could wait forever, he just starts getting into a logic loop.
Latest look is like, he'll be fine there. Just let him talk it through. I'm sure he'll come to some conclusion. That's probably Nox is going to eat him. He'll get there eventually, I'm sure.
When Fricks hears that, he's like, ah! Like interrupt from logic loop.
It's just like, it's not that that's going to happen. It's that I imagine that's where your logic will get you.
Well, Gnome points up in the ever growing like Gimli Legolas situation here. But you said it would eat me.
I said that you would come to the conclusion that it would eat you.
Because you said it would. That's how I came to the conclusion. Looks at Talos like, you heard that. It happened. It occurred on today, and he lists the day and the time down to the second.
Yeah, I'll once again the sing-song voice. Not helping still. And let's come over here. I did have one question about Father Amand, and I'll take him over and just try to distract him a little bit, because I know once I get him talking about a subject, he'll just keep going on about it.
He'll give you the history of something. Like he just needs to tune in the History Channel for 10 minutes. Yeah, got it.
And I think Ren would have his hand in the air at this point, like as if he's asking a question.
Yeah.
The dwarf?
Like
no, Ren. Fen's the dwarf.
Ren.
Now I've seen you as the dwarf, right? Oh no, I'm thinking of. Oh
yeah,
wait.
Fen's the person who looks like a dwarf but is a dragon out of character.
Okay.
Yes.
Ren is the half elf bard.
The half elf.
Yes, I have a
Oh,
bard. Okay.
question. Did Fen follow us to where we are? Like, how much of a distance are they keeping? Are they
outside the main door? So like, if you stuck your head out, so she's like leaning against like the place, like picking at her teeth.
So it's
Like
like
maybe even a
it's like the
flash.
comical who's out there just waiting in the rain, staring at you with murderous intent. A dwarf picking its teeth like, I bet you taste good. Ah.
She
Shia-
is, they already
your
saw
dwarf's
her.
name is going to be like Shia LaBeouf. Like,
Oh my
Ben's
God.
out
Oh
there.
no.
So Ren was like he kind of just walked up and like suddenly found himself doing smelling salts and following these people into this thing, and he's like, what's happening? What is going on? Yeah.
That's fair.
Caliph will just look over and say, Mr. Provides, my friend.
That's amazing.
Would you like something? Are you here for something?
I was just following them. Like,
sometimes you just get swept up in the action?
yeah.
Well, Lena, because she does have a goal. Yeah, because she does have a goal of being there. Like, there is a reason. She's like, I don't know what business they might have with you, but the device that we've been using for Nox, it seems to, I don't know, it seems to be a little bit faulty. Do you mind just taking a look to see if maybe, I don't know, you need to add another, what is it, circuit? Is that the phrase?
Close. Yes, I like the idea. So I wasn't sure if it was going to be ready yet. So what happened?
Well, last time that I was making him corporeal, it's almost like I could feel a jolt in me that I hadn't before, almost like an electricity. And it was just very weird. So I would just like it to be looked at to make sure that it's okay.
Oh, sure. Let me play around with it and see if I can fix whatever the issue was.
Thank you.
And I'll take it and start working at it.
Okay. You start repairing it. It won't be a problem. It takes a little bit of time. And it's not like a super focused thing, too. Like, you can keep talking while you're doing it.
No. Oh, I think I see what the issue is. Will just be a moment. Nice to meet you. And I'm looking at, because I think I technically know everyone besides Ren. I probably met Bricks at the monster because I had done studying there. So I
Very,
probably ran into him.
very likely, yeah. So
Yeah.
Yep, knowledge gnome.
So I am Zephyr. I have a knack for dealing with some technologies. Is there anything you might need?
Can you like? So I had this nice lady come by my hut, and she like fixed it up and made it really nice, and now it doesn't leak anymore. And I can actually light fires inside of it. But I'm afraid the roof might catch on fire. Do you have anything that can make a roof not fireproof or not catch on fire?
That I don't know if technically I have anything specific for that. I could look at it and see, but you may need to change the material it's made out of to not make it fireproof.
Like, what kind of materials? Because it's like buckskin right now.
Stone isn't fireproof or any type of metal.
Can you make a tent out of metal?
I mean, there's other people. I mean, I could, but I think that would be not. You would not come to me for that, though.
Okay, I think right now I don't have a lot of money, so I probably shouldn't be trying to buy things anyways. Um, it's nice to meet you. You seem like a very kind person.
Thank you so much. You have been nothing but kind as yourself.
And I start to feel awkward, and I'll try to I'll try to stand. Yeah,
Just, like,
I'll try to stand
smiling.
behind Fricks now. Yeah,
I'm smiling, going back and forth between looking at you and what I'm working on.
yeah.
Fricks is on like 10 minutes into explaining the intricacies of craftsmanship of forms and how important words are in duodecim law, and it's very fascinating. The second subject must be signed by a different house than the first subject, but only if the third subject is not a dwarf.
From
Talus
duodecim,
randomly,
right?
just to keep him going, is just asking questions, like
Yeah.
pretty much like repeating the same line he just said to me, like the second house.
The second one? A
I'm
dwarf?
I'm gonna see that happening, and I'm gonna say, "Hey, Fricks, what other materials are not fire that are fireproof?"
Well, then it begins a list.
Oh no.
He's like, I know a song for this, and he's tone deaf. So he starts going through a list of materials that cannot be burned very easily, and he goes pretty far out there, like things that exist in the astral sea.
And you start to see Ren like get really panicked because he's like, I should be writing this down right now, but I don't have anything to write with.
Yeah?
Eh?
Yeah? Give the man a quill and a parchment. Okay,
Well,
what is?
He gets okay. You give him, and so he'll start taking a list of the things that the list of materials that he doesn't know like like pretty much any of them unless it's like something you can actually find out in the woods and stuff. But he's writing them all down anyways.
So, Fen, you're outside, right?
Yep, listening, but pretending I'm not.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. So you are
Don't lean
greeted.
against the wall.
Oh yeah.
Like,
So
oh yeah.
you are greeted by a hobbit girl who's early 20s, chestnut hair, green eyes, looks pretty commoner-esque, and eating a piece of a loaf of bread, just blatantly saying, "So." Looks in, like this leans past dwarf Fen into the window nearby, then back like, are you going inside?
Waiting.
For what?
It's crazy in there.
It's crazy everywhere. And she puts two hands on your back and starts pushing you inside the building.
What?
Against you've been accosted. And Ren, as you're writing this down, you immediately recognize your friend Ryza, who absolutely wants to go to Nexus, and just pushing a person is like, "Hey, Ren, look, I am marketing," and like just pushes dwarf Fen in. "I brought you a customer. That's 2 silver." Points to Zephyr.
Oh,
That's
thank
expensive,
you.
by the way.
Well, I'm still gonna do it.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
gonna do my thing and I take out 2 silver.
Yeah. And then she takes the silver, looks at her like, "Look, We don't have to play tonight. We can talk about our trip to Nexus, where Melania is gonna play. She's Ren, you know your friend Rez is very energetic.
Sorry, repeat that.
You know your friend Ryza is very energetic.
Got a lot of
Yes, yes.
energy. What? And, like, let us look. Like, what makes you guys want to go to Nexus?
And she repeats in the same tone, because Melania's playing! Like Beyonce. She's just excited.
Oh my goodness, are you serious? She's oh my, we've talked about that for so long.
Her hands go up in the air, spirit fingers, Melania's playing!
And then you
People!
Yeah, and you
He's-
see Ren just kind of hop and clap his hands. Oh my goodness.
Is this someone that Ben would have heard of in the past?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
She's a famous songstress. So it's like
Oh,
it's
okay.
like saying Beyonce's playing in Nexus. Like just a big deal.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
So then, wait, how do we gonna get there? That's so far
What
away.
we're gonna do? And she like leans in and like she's trying to be conspiratorial, but she's a loud bardric halfling, so she fails miserably. It's like what we're gonna do is we're gonna sneak on a ship and masquerade ourselves. Wait for it, the musicians.
Brilliant.
And like you see this like weird conflict of interest moment in his life, in that he loves this idea, but also it means people are going to stare at him if he has to play an instrument. And so like he smiles and gets a straight face smile, gets a straight face. Like, I guess we can do that.
Rise is
Sounds like
like
a good
not
plan.
nodding her head. I'm like, oh, that's a good plan. Those tickets are expensive.
Okay.
Like, yeah, okay, those tickets are expensive.
Then I guess I don't have a choice.
She puts an arm around you and she's a halfling. It's like, you always have she has like tippy toes. You always have a choice. It's just my choice.
Did she
He just
come
nods.
to
He's
see?
like, you're right. That's why I'm so good at what I do.
It's right. And you could definitely tell those who are socially adept, like Fen, for example, would pick up on this really well. Totally using the how Fen's like Ren's a little bit of a pushover to like go do things. And that's their relationship dynamic.
Did she come to see Ren or Zephyr?
She's currently chumming it up with Ren.
Okay, but she came here to see Zephyr to drum up business.
No, she just saw an opportunity to get silver out of you by
She
marketing.
sees a good opportunity to get
Yeah,
money,
she's
you know?
Right.
and she can't tell she's like the harebrained scheme person. She's like, cool, free money. And then Zephyr was nice enough to actually give it to her.
Right.
I guess seeing Ben get shoved in and recognizing him as the dwarf that was following earlier, Talus will kind of just give him look at Leonessa and the big lion, and then kind of give a nod to it and say, our shadow finally decided to walk into the room with us.
I'm
Shadow.
looking around for a shadow.
Frick starts talking about the shadow plane.
And like Lanessa looks to Fen. She's like, yes. Are you gonna tell us why you've been not so secretly observing us from a distance?
Aside from you all making a racket while I was taking a nap, yes. Later. In the meantime, what kind of shop does Zephyr run specifically?
So it's mainly it's like a small shop where it's like you want something fixed. I don't make grand things right now. Like, he doesn't have the full tools and all the equipment for it, but it's a lot of tinkering or smaller equipment you would need.
Would he happen to have thieves' tools?
I have my own.
Okay, but they're not like things for sale, because I guess those would be
Yeah.
black market things, Buck. Would they be?
Thieves' tools. Yeah, they're a black market thing. You're obviously
Okay,
using the
I was
pick
just
lots.
checking.
It's not a hobby activity in
Yeah.
in Aurora.
I
Okay, yeah,
have my own, but not for sale.
So she would approach the countertop, somewhat not used to being this short, and I would like to request a telescope be built for my own star previewing pleasure.
Oh, do you have the materials for that?
He just shoves he just shuffles the bag on his back or the backpack. No, but I do have coin.
Rise's
like-
eyes light up.
I'm gonna be thinking about where if I would be able to get the equipment for it to make it in town or in the city.
If you had enough money, you could go to the market and you could get things like the lens and all that. Yeah, free market should have a majority of the materials if you had the money.
I think that could be done. How long till you need it?
Let's say, how long would I have any idea as a kind of a scientist myself and someone who had owned them before? Would I have an idea of how difficult they were? How difficult the what's the word I'm looking for?
Composition.
The composition, or there's
Roll me it makes it a lot easier.
Complexity.
Roll me a
There we
blind
go.
intelligence check.
okie dokie. Complexity was the word I was looking for.
Yeah, you think that the biggest problem is going to be getting the lens sanded down to correct, and that itself could take at least a week minimum.
Okay, yeah. She'll say a month and a half or 2 months. There's no rush on it.
Can I also think of would I? Because I probably haven't made one before. I'm more of tinkering things already made, but I don't want to turn someone down, so I want to think of, can I actually make this?
Yeah, that's a fair question. Go ahead, give me an intelligence check, blind.
All right.
Because you are effectively like, how good am I with crafting a lens?
Yeah, because that's very different than my tinkering.
Yes, it is. You do not feel confident in your ability to shape a lens to make a telescope.
All right. Now, the money would be really helpful with the materials, but I am more of an artificer tinkerer. I do not have too much experience with glass blowing and creating the perfect lens. So if you had set lenses created, I could make a device to hold them and store them to make them work effectively.
Works for me.
Talus will speak up and say, is there a better place to get a lens like that?
Fricks looks at Talus as the knowledge gnome. Well!
Nice having encyclopedia.
Yeah. I mean, if Fricks does continue, I was like, you could get them in Nexus is a mercantile steady state. So anything you can buy in Nexus.
Ooh, I could get so many things from my store at Nexus. Ooh, I have so many ideas.
And I hold up the sheet of fireproof materials and say, "Can we find some of this stuff there?"
And then, like, you immediately see, like, the audit mode and Frix's eyes go up, like, oh, I get to audit a list. I'm so happy. And then he's like, yeah, let me take a look. He starts circling the ones you could probably get in Nexus.
That sounds like a good idea to me, young man. Let's see, where is Nexus again? I'm just looking for my own.
Couple weeks north of New Haven, where you're currently at.
How long is it on a skyship like they were talking about?
About a couple weeks, a little bit less.
Okay. Wow, that's a long way, even on a skyship.
That's correct.
Interesting. So,
you don't
when
want to
are we
travel at night.
He's like, when would you be setting out with the caravan? Because he, wasn't listening in or may not have heard them talking about the airship tickets.
Oh yeah, go roll an open deception. Something you are proficient
blind
in.
or open?
Open, so people can see how well that comes off.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, 20 is very convincing.
Oh wow,
It's very convincing. Yeah.
Well.
And
How
he's
much?
just waiting. He's got like one hand on his hip, kind of like rubbing his nose, sniffing loudly. He's kind of being a slob.
How much would a ticket cost?
If you were to buy them and they were open, they're 100 gold each.
Oh. Oh.
However,
Like-
Zephyr, you do recall for some whatever reason you were commissioned to tinker a stamp that would
Mhm.
notarize a ticket to an airship for the Vengrin
Oh.
5 for this month.
Hmm. That is very interesting. I may have a way on the ship. I'm gonna look through my things and take it out.
I'll look over and say, well, Fricks already has a ticket for he and I, so we're heading to Nexus, right, Fricks?
Fricks is like, ticket 1 left hand, ticket 2 in right hand. He waves him around like, yep.
Hey, I
hate
mean,
how small the word. Sorry.
oh, do you need? Can you? Is it hard for you to see?
Oh no, sorry, that was out of character. That was.
Oh.
Of the tickets. This tokens word, it's too small.
No, it was the wording on the back of my Excedrin bottle. I was like, how many do I need to take again?
Oh no,
Oh.
Because
not like
a new
this.
one.
No.
Buck, can you
I'm starting to
remind me the
feel
name of my?
old.
Can you remember the name of my friend again?
Ryza.
Riza. Okay,
It-
thank you.
Is it spelled like I think it does? It is.
A word in Atelier, so yes. Ryza, Ryza.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not have that.
So we've
then
got
So I'm like, Ryza's like looking at Fricks like, you are a mark. Thank you.
So they're talking about this in front of Fen.
In front of Fen, Fricks is not known for subtlety. He's waving around 2 tickets that have just been declared as 100 gold each.
So Fen will like kind of is Zephyr. Are you behind like a counter or what's your shop look like? I'm kind of I'm really curious.
So it's not like a full shop. It is. I would just imagine it would be like a rented space that is smaller, that has been turned into a place that I could call a shop, or just at least a place someone could come and I could talk with them, work with them. Like it's pretty tight with all of us in here.
Yeah. So,
Nox is just
Fen-
like taking up 3/4 of it in ethereal
Yeah.
form.
So Fen
You
Fen
go
will
for it.
kind of like motion for Zephyr to bend over so that he can
Mhm.
whisper in his ear. He says, I happen to know a forger if you and your friends need some assistance. Since you mentioned you've got things.
So I have the thing that makes a stamp for it, right?
Right, you can notarize it. Correct.
Okay, I just don't have the actual tickets.
To
They're like
stamp. Correct.
Yes. Okay.
But they have tickets that can be duplicated.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
I just have to see it.
I think we can do this. It's not going to hurt anyone. It'll be fine. But we need to go there for business.
Precisely. It's just for business.
Right.
We're just getting a leg up on competition.
And Ren raises his hand again.
Yes, my boy. Yes, lad.
Does this mean I won't have to play on the airship?
No, this is not if you don't want to.
Like, Riza?
Right, Ryza
I think I'll-
looks at Ren like, but you want to, Ren.
What an
like the dead eye trope.
Yeah, and you see Ren's eyes because that little shadow of it, a little drops down.
Yeah,
and
the
he's like,
sweat
"Yeah,
drop."
You're right. I want it. Yeah, I want to play.
Yes,
Then, like, somewhere in the back of, like, Rise's head, just thinking, like, think of all the proceeds that we can make now that we don't have to pay for our supper.
Maybe I can buy some fire-resistant materials too.
Ryza looks at Ren like, that's why I take care of the money, Ren. We'll get all sorts of good stuff. I
Right,
imagine
that's-
Ren's clothes are like threadbare, so she's not a very good financier. Meanwhile, Rise is meanwhile, Rise is like wearing the most recent blouse of the season.
With this, I'm gonna start getting ready, and you see me going around. I have this nice kind of long bag. It kind of has like a cute it has like a little face like that on the bag. And you see, I just start putting everything in this bag, and you see it never looks like it's filling up.
Nice.
Rise is watching like, oh, Ren, we gotta get one of those.
He's like, and where does it go?
Well, Fricks is like, well.
Alex is just watching another miracle of Mistress Power.
Yeah.
It's not a hole in the bottom.
There's a hole in a box. Don't wait for that one.
And after I flip the sign from open to closed on the front, I said, "Well, it seems we have a plan."
Go meet up with my contact. They'll come back later. What time?
Well, when's the next airship flight?
I think it's around noon.
Well,
So it'll have to be quick. I'll run as quick as my little dwarven legs can carry me.
that'll be a fast forgery.
Yeah, well, you will need the sweat drops if that ever gets evaluated.
Yeah, so Dwarven Fen, nobody's asked his name yet. I love it. Nobody's like, who are you? So he will head out and he'll go down a little ways to shift and wait.
All right, I am all packed up and I'm ready. So, is there anything you'd like to do before we go?
I mean, Lannis is
What-
just looking at everybody like, oh, okay, everyone's gonna go to Nexus. That's fun. She at no point is planning on going to Nexus. She's like, oh, okay.
Well,
That's cool.
I want to go shopping with money I don't
she's
have.
like- She's just like, I kind of feel like I shouldn't be. They're doing a thing. They're doing a band trip of sorts. Sure. Yeah, so you kind of notice like Lannis is like slowly backing out a bit. Like they're gonna do some airship stuff. That's fine.
You're coming, one of us.
One of us.
us.
As I tidy up, I'll go over to Nox and start petting Nox again.
How could
say,
you
wait.
possibly separate Nox from Zephyr, Leonessa? How could you
I
be so
know.
heartless?
And I'll just be like, wait, you don't want to see Melania play?
She is. I mean, she does sing beautifully. She makes some beautiful songs, although some unfortunately are hit a little too close to home sometimes when she sings. But I mean, what else is there to do other than the singing?
You can help me find fireproof materials. I don't know what any of these things are.
It's so cute. I'm sorry. It's just so. You can help me.
It's like, how? She's like, and like she thinks back. She's like, I do have some sanctuaries I need to check on up there. And we're airship, really? Have you tried walking? I do think that a brisk walk, maybe with a caravan, sometimes gives you just a nice feel. Does it have to be an airship?
You hear a groan from Talus. He's like, I just walked from Nemesis.
And
It rises like,
it was-
are your legs tired?
She's like, and did you see anything interesting on your trip while you were, out in the land, in the wilderness?
Actually, yes.
See? So like I feel like you don't get that in the air. In the air you get machines and dragons and these
Oh.
giant wasps.
Oh, she's making some strong arguments right here.
Dragons on it.
Yeah.
Strong arguments like,
Rise is like, don't listen to her.
Part with the feet off the ground and stuff. That's a really good point.
It's right. We flying high. She's like doing like the Buzz Lightyear thing. It's like high, like money everywhere. If only we go.
And like it's like this is the devil on the two shoulders at this point. Like who do I listen to right now? And unfortunately, I don't know Leonessa as well as I do Ryza right now. So I'm leaning towards like, all right, I'm just gonna like, I'll grin and bear it, and we'll go with the airship.
Rise's
Well,
like, airship. Looking at Leonessa, airship.
and she looks, she's like, well, you can see it's like what she wants to do and the logic part of her brain. It's like she's really struggling. She's like, I do believe that if you are afraid of something, you should go into the worst version of that. So flying in a giant thing that is flying for no other reason other than mechanics that can fail, I can do that. And usually, like, she's like, calming words. Like, okay.
Brix is like, oh, more than mechanics can fail when you're up there. There's the whole entire Wheeze distance effect that could have. And oh man, if you had a magic storm that hits the generator the wrong way, whoa!
Once again, says, not helping.
She's like, I feel like travel was a lot easier when I could fly. All right, what do we need to do for these tickets? What are the steps we need to take? We are getting the forgery, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
How many-
once they are created, I can stamp them.
Okay. Where is this forger? Right, it's Fen, right? Fen was going to be the forger.
Yes.
Okay.
She will
How
be back after a decent amount, after a little bit of time.
Mm-hmm. So
I mean, considering she was running as a dwarf.
yeah, she
Yeah,
went on
that's
her
fair.
own, so we're left without her to just wait.
Just wait, like, cool.
Yeah, so I'll get back after a little bit. However long Buck thinks is a fair amount of time.
It's all scene magic.
How's the weather like in Nexus? I've never been that north.
It's
Well, I was just there, so I was
like, well, 2.5 weeks ago, let me tell you.
2 weeks ago.
3 weeks earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that terribly far away. I mean, then again, weeks. I don't know. It can change from state to the United States, so who the hell knows? What season is it currently?
The one thing we didn't ask. Aurora doesn't have time-based seasons. They're magically influenced.
Magically, how? Like, the more magic is used, the more it changes?
Druids change the seasons in Aurora.
Oh! So is it random, or do they usually kind of have some kind of way they do it?
They perform a ritual for it based off of what the land needs.
What does the land need right now?
Yeah.
currently.
I mean, it just went through a war, so it's currently in a state of trying to get a spring.
Yeah, it's gonna need spring real bad.
So we can expect rain and storms.
Yeah, you can expect rainstorms. Yeah, nice weather. Things growing.
Oh. I'm gonna need to do some clothes shopping. Anyone want to go shopping?
Ryza raises a hand immediately.
And Ren does as well, just kind of timidly. Like, he's gonna get pulled into this either way. So
Yep.
yeah.
Both me and Riza going to each side of you, pulling you.
Grab an arm, drag you out. Yeah.
And it's just like, I don't think I need clothes, but I do need to find some walnuts. So I might do that real quick while you guys are clothes shopping. I need to get precisely 6 walnuts.
And you find
No
that squirrel
more, no
again.
less.
Yeah, I feel like you owe him more than 6 after everything that happened.
She'll get
Well,
like
he should have
8.
agreed to more.
She'll get 8, and then she'll put it in the tree that she found him. He'll be fine.
Plus, I mean, the squirrel really can't count. Like, it doesn't know.
Yeah.
It goes 1, 2, 3, many.
I've heard people use the number 8 as a big number. That sounds like a good one. Yeah, so like Vanessa will grab Nox, and she's just gonna go. She'll probably go forage nearby. She'll also keep an eye out for the tiny squirrel to see if she sees him. And she's gonna go grab walnuts for him.
Okay, so we're 3.5 hours in. We're at a time check, 1 hour left. So Leonessa, no problem doing that. We've got Zephyr, Ren, and Ryza are gonna do some clothes shopping. Fen, you have a return forgery trip to do, but Zephyr is gone. But Talus and Frix are still there, unless Talus, you got everything you want to do while everyone's dispersing.
There was no. He was just trying to walk to Crystallis here, and so
Not anymore.
The world has been shifted on him. But hey, you can deal with someone moving his cheese, and so he'll just hang out with Frix. I guess my question is would it be better for us to hang out at where the airships dock, or to wait here since we have versions of the tickets for the forger to better?
That's a great question. That is something to coordinate with people. I think a lot of them just went off and did things.
Just left me.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, we're going to meet up later. My friends have left me.
So we're gonna, at least for a little while, stay here, thinking that this is where the forger would return to, since
I'd
whoever
like to.
Dwarf was.
Now, and this is a good opportune time for Fen to return.
Yeah, I was gonna say she wouldn't take too terribly long, but enough time that it makes sense that he ran off somewhere, said, "Hey, I got some business."
I got some business. Well, in that time, Zephyr, Ren, Ryza have gone clothes shopping. They're having a good old time. Leonessa has gone responsible with Nox. So you will return to a shop with Talus and Frix.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah. When she gets there, she will recognize Talus, or will make a like an expression to show that she recognizes him when she would have pretended earlier.
Does she come back in a form that Talus would recognize, or is this?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Okay.
What form are you going with? Original Fen original blend? Dwarf blend?
Probably original Fen.
Okay.
Or at least what most of these people would know to a degree. I would say after she got to know them once or twice, she would probably shift her form just a little bit to be more normal in a way, so that it wasn't a fast. Whoa, you changed faces.
Yeah, you're not doing Clark Kent. I got you.
Yeah.
So you'll return, and it appears Talus, you recognize this form of Fen, original blend Fen. Frix probably doesn't.
She has gone to the
An original blend form.
Probably, yeah. Where was it that you said Talus that you studied?
So at the Temple of Mistra in Crystallis, you would have done some research. We would have had conversations about the weave and stuff like that.
Yeah. So if Frix had come in on us talking about it, then there's a possibility he might recognize Fen.
Do I know you as Fen, or do I know you as something else?
Since Fen isn't actually her real name, it'd probably be Fen.
Okay. So I've seen Fen come around the corner. Talus will be like, "Fen, what are you doing here?"
I heard Zephyr or someone here had business with me.
He'll give you a quizzical look, because in the time that he's known you, he didn't know you were a forger. And he'll say, "Yes. What services were you looking to help Zephyr with?"
Some exquisite penmanship, you could say.
Ah, a copying effort, maybe, to make things look correct?
Absolutely.
Ah. Bricks, can I borrow those tickets real quick here? We've got someone that needs to take a good look at them.
Frick's like, absolutely. I mean, this one is yours, and he hands you your ticket.
Okay. Well, can I see the other one too, just so that way we can see the differences between them, maybe?
And the implicit trust that Fricks has for Talus, he gives the other ticket as well. 200
Oh.
gold, just hand over.
Yep.
Knock him out and run.
Yep. Just bring Knox back.
Okay. Yeah. She will spend about she would approximate how much time she had and get a good feel for it, and then begin tinkering and testing the waters.
So,
Yeah,
I will say that I will not let the tickets disappear from me, like I'm still holding kind of a thing, or I'm still
Oh yeah,
standing.
no.
We're still at a my implicit belief that everyone is good has been a little shook since I just found out this person I thought I knew is a little bit on the shady side, but that's something he needs to learn.
The side hustle. Yeah.
Nope, and she has no intention of stealing from Talus. So she duplicates, via like Photoshop style when you're looking at one picture and then you're like, copying or, altering would probably be the better way to do it.
So you like throw a minor illusion over a piece of paper and you start sketching.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That would totally work. That's awesome. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. That would make it a perfect. Just gotta do this and.
So you're gonna start on that. To do it correctly, you're gonna take time. So shopping occurs. I want to make the best use of our last hour to half an hour together. Leonessa, I feel like we need to get something that makes you a little more sticky to go on your grand fear. So let's pivot to you for just a second.
Great, excellent. What happens in this
I think
moment?
the shopping trio is pretty set. They're like, yes, let's do this.
They're good. She's like, you really want me to go buy? Okay, I mean, I will, but bye.
You, on your way to find, walnuts, you're passing by the square, in the New Haven, and in the square is a statue. It's a statue. You're 130, right? So you would recognize. Give me a quick blind history roll.
Right. My history's been questioned a lot.
You can live forever. Oh man, people are just fire dice. So I'll let you know so you can celebrate the happiness. You rolled a 20.
Yeah!
Yay!
I'm gonna remember so much stuff.
You're gonna be like, I know, Fricks Facts. Great! It's gonna be like Cat Facts. That will be our meme, Fricks Facts. So you immediately recall this. It's a statue to Polymacity, the artificer from the Mycety family, now defunct. In Crystallis, and it's just basically a picture of a humanoid person there, and it's the cat because you're a floofin, you're floof motivated. The cat by the feet, and when you're looking at that, you realize that there is another white cat walking through the square, and it's. Does
it look like the cat near Paula's feet?
Yes.
Yes.
And it's padding there, and it doesn't seem to notice you, but it draws your eye, and it draws Nox's eye. And it's going to a person there who is wearing a very similar white cloak and is staring at the statue next to another person. The other person has long blonde hair. Very noticeably feminine features.
Sorry.
As opposed to the more masculine features of the person on with the robe. And it stops next to the person to the robe.
Okay. And they're just looking?
They're just standing there. They have their backs to you.
I'm gonna get... See, I don't think she'd be sneaky. She would just be curious and want to talk with them. Yeah, she's gonna do it. So she's gonna walk in, very friendly, a big smile, and she's not gonna approach the people. She's gonna approach the cat.
Okay. So,
And
okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
so she's going to, like walk forward, and she'll get low to the ground at the cat. She's like, "Are you Paolo's cat?"
So the cat turns around and has these beautiful blue eyes.
No.
Its fur is soft as looks like downy snow. Multiple tails. And it opens its mouth to meow but doesn't make a sound. And you immediately know the answer is yes.
And then she's like, "I thought, no, I need to for like player knowledge. Paolo alive? Dead? Do we know this?"
The consensus, the very much consensus, is he is dead. Like there's a this is like a memorial to him that you're at in New Haven.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I was like, I just don't know how much knowledge is out in the world, and so she was like, "Oh, are these people taking care of you now that he's gone?"
So the person that is standing next to this cat turns at you, and he's got a cowl that's a pretty big hood, so you can't see a lot of his face, just the lips on the lower, very Assassin's Creed-esque. And can I help you?
Oh, sorry. And like she straightens up, like trying to put her like best person face forward. She's like, "Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I just saw the cat, and I just know at least the tales of how connected he was with Paolo, and everything that he did. It threw me off guard. I just wasn't expecting to see him here."
What are you thinking right now?
What am I thinking?
Yeah.
She's like really, she's like a little bit taken aback, but trying to also assess the person that she's talking with, because again, if she sees this cat and she at least has like an understanding of how like that cat functions, like she knows that the person is trustworthy, so she doesn't feel like she's in danger at all. She's just like, oh, like she's curious, like she's just genuinely curious and wants to understand why they're here.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, excellent. There it is. Oh, sorry, I did blind again because it's.
That's fine. The person that's speaking to you like turns back away and looks at the statue. Little high on his horse. And says, "Yeah. Makes you wonder what he would do right now."
Is that something that's like she thinks like, is that a task that's now been given to you that you have to worry about? I don't know if that's something handed across by this cat.
He laughs by Panger.
Yes. She respects that animal as a majestic animal.
You could say, I wanted to fill these shoes, but now that I have them, I don't know.
It sounds like there's a lot expected from you. I'm sorry.
And then he turns. It's like there's a lot expected from all of us. That's the problem. Not everyone's willing to face their fears.
I unfortunately know very intimately that statement, as I did make 2 things pass out of fear recently. They're fine now. They're doing great. But I know the world has been drastically changed in a way that I'm not sure we will ever fully grasp. But it's hard. I think it's hard in times like this when people have to face their fears. It's hard to give them a reason to want to face their fears when they can't see the light at the end of the tunnel for why they're doing it.
And why do you think you're doing what you're doing? He turns like to face you a little bit. Again, very high on his horse. He's not even trying to hide that he's being a little condescending.
Yeah, that's fine. She is a wood elf that has to talk with people. She's used to condescension. She's like, well, as a druid and as a keeper of nature, it's my responsibility to help it flourish and also understand it. It's not what it was before, but I don't think it's anything that we can ever expect to recover 100%. So I'm here as a way to help nature heal and give some kind of core or stability, if possible, that Aurora desperately needs.
He takes you in for a moment, just stares at you, almost like he's staring through you. Because powerful and busy doing powerful things. And he turns for a moment, and then it's the woman that speaks. And she has like a very haunting beauty to her. Blonde hair, very purple in her dress code. So they look very juxtaposed next to each other. And she looks at Nox, and then looks to you. She's hesitant at first. But what then she speaks is that there's no question of the confidence. Like, there's something afflicting your souls.
Everyone's souls, or mine in particular?
She looks at Nox, then looks at you. Both of yours.
Yes. Nox isn't. He's not supposed to be here. It wasn't a problem until things started to change. I raised him. I brought him into this world. He knows how to hunt and survive here. I don't know if he has the capabilities to do so back into the Feywild. So I just wanted him to feel alive again. You know when you care about something, you just want them to have the world, or as much as you can give them. And so I'm not exactly sure what I did with my soul, but it's a sacrifice I was willing to make so that he could experience, I don't know, just a life as much as I can give him.
She like looks away for a moment to the people walking around that aren't paying as much attention to them, and then back to her. Death is part of life. What's going to happen when the two of you pass away like this? It's very noble that you want to do all these things, but if you don't take care of yourself first, and she's a little jaded at that statement. If you don't take care of yourself first, you won't have the opportunity to do any of that.
I have years, decades to take care of myself. He isn't blessed with that same amount of time.
She looks at you, and you get a chill down your spine. You have less time than you think, Lionessa.
Oh, that's great. It's like, And like at that statement, she looks at me like, I'm sorry, I don't think I got your names.
The lady looks at the person in the cloak and says, "I have to get back to work." And she puts her hand out, and a white raven lands on her hand. And then, like, the mist just fades away.
But the guy is still there,
The
right?
guy is still there.
So then she just kind of like switches her focus from that very ominous statement, like,
He turns to her. Like, would you believe me if I even told you?
yes.
I'm the speaker. Go ahead. Now that's rare. Go ahead and give me a religion check, blind.
Yeah, because I'm like, what the speaker? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, you're like, of the House of California.
Yeah, it's like the speaker, and like she looks to like the cat. She's like, of the cats.
He laughs like a really good laugh. Like honestly, I appreciate that. No, for the Zodiacs.
Oh. How much would Leonessa know about the Zodiacs?
Roll
How much do
religion.
they cross over
Roll
with
religion
Druid?
again.
Yep, she's not very religious.
You know they have to do with celestials.
Okay. Oh. Weren't they, they have to do with Celestials, right? Did they have the Freeport? Was that them?
So you can see like his lips purse, they get a little bit more thin as you chose that topic of what they're known for.
Wait, Celestials? Yeah, they're gonna be known for smiting a whole city.
It's like, among other things, yes.
Oh. Was Paolo one too? Is that why you have the cat? Is the cat... Do you speak for the cat?
So you could tell, like, for a moment, he's like the indignation, but then it's like, wait a second. It's like, I do speak for the cat.
Like, hold on, actually, yes, I do.
It's like, wait a second, I do speak for this cat. It's like, I do speak for the cat. And he just reaches down and he picks up the cat, just pets it like, I don't know, Dr. Evil style. Like, petting my white cat. Ha.
Oh. So that's pretty serious. Is she also the speaker? Can they see into a part that I'm just unaware of souls?
Well, no. He, like, in the middle of a street, talking to you with a white cat in front of a statue, out in the open. Like, no.
I mean, Lena's walked around with a huge ass line. She's
I know you're
staring. She's like, it's fine.
Yeah, all the attention they're drawing from this. The figure is like, no, she speaks more for death. So if it's about your soul, I'd say she is definitely a source of authority.
Oh. Okay. Well, she was giving off the impression that there is a call to action that needs to happen. Is there something that I can do to help? I mean, I'm mainly just trying to help with nature, and I know I'm struggling to find species that thrived here. I'm struggling to even find one of them. Is there something I can do to help? And also maybe not die?
Well, which
Yet?
one?
I'll die eventually.
Yeah,
But not yet.
what's the higher priority? Didn't exactly ask her what the timetable is.
And like, you see, like, Lena said thanks for a second. She's like, helping. What can I do to help?
Help whom? Yourself or the animals?
the animals. I mean, she said something about, or was it her? Or was it him that said that people aren't willing to face their fears?
He said
And
that.
yeah, he said that. He's like, you mentioned that people aren't willing to face their fears. I have to imagine that nature can come back to a, a happy medium eventually. Do you see
that's
a
the
path?
problem. He puts Panger, the white cat, back down. Like, that's the problem. People all seem to think they have the singular solution, and they're afraid to go outside their comfort zone. Do you not know people that may have different ways of solving a problem that are outside your comfort zone?
Do. I'm unfortunately facing that fear very, very quickly. Don't like the idea of putting my hands in the hands of technology. However, I
Well,
do have.
for as wise as you're coming off, you should listen to your own wisdom then. He kind of, again, gives a little huff. Maybe the solution lies in technology.
And like Ladus looks at him like, I think you can understand that stating wisdom and being wise does not always mean that you follow through on that wisdom.
Looks at the statue and he's like, does Snape? Obviously.
Why? What is the Speaker of the Zodiarcs doing here? And Speaker of Death?
No, she just works for death. She doesn't speak for death.
Oh. Okay, a worker of death and a Speaker of the Zodiarcs. Why are you here?
He looks at you like just faces you completely. Like how dare you ask me that? It's like, I am not permitted to go visit an old friend's memorial.
Like, she looks like it wasn't an accusation.
Look, came off that way. I'm willing to accept your apology.
Okay.
And then he looks back to the statue. Like, I don't have that much longer either before I have to. You'd be surprised, Leonessa, how difficult it is to get 12 unruly man-childs to agree on anything for any period of time. Occasionally,
you ever tried?
Just point to finger. Occasionally, you just want 15 minutes to think of a simpler time, a better time. And then you realize it wasn't that simple either. And then you go back to work. He's like, puts his hands out. Like, that's this. And
like, looks at him, it's like, have you ever tried moving a herd or a group of displacer beasts from one section to the other? I've had to move 12 displacer beasts before. I imagine it's very similar to trying to get them all together.
You can't see this person's eyes, but you can feel you're getting a gaze. Like, no, I haven't. I have not tried to move a herd of displacer beasts. Have you tried to get, I don't know, murderous tieflings to stop murderizing things on the plains? Have you? He's like, have you tried to convince a person who puts out big old talons for hands to not rip apart his family because that's what he thinks he has to do? Have you tried convincing someone that? I have. I have succeeded in this. So if I can do that, if I can get a murderous infernal to calm down, I think I could manage 12 displacer beasts.
I think you could, especially with the effort it sounds like you have to go through with the Zodiarcs. It wasn't. She looks at them now, realizing that every statement of like, oh yeah, like I understand is going to be coming back with you do not understand.
You
my
don't know
plight."
my
Like-
plight? How dare you?
I was like, all right, this is the direction that's going to go.
I have a violin and I'm gonna play it and you just listen to it.
And she's like, being the voice for many must be really tiring.
You
Are there
get-
any things that you wish? Like, are there any things that you wish to say that's just from you and not them?
You're a very interesting person, Leonessa. What? Let's spin this around for just a sec. I have plenty of time. You evidently are on borrowed time.
Apparently.
He like points to like the empty air. You met a death worker. Oh, that dog's giving me a bork. You met a death. There's a dog in the background that this person's like, oh, that dog's borking at me. Make it in character. And a speaker, like, why are you so inquisitive? I get it. Pretty interesting stuff.
I mean, animals have a very innate sense of letting you know when there's something nearby that is either trustworthy or important. And you seem to have a very important creature around you. It's enough for me to just want to understand. Because they trust you.
Well, as much as I'd love to chat about my feelings, I do have to get back to work. Herding displacer beasts that want to displace the living. I should get back to that. And it's like, looks at the statue. I should. He still stays. Looks to Leonessa. Before I go, is there one thing you want to ask me? I'll give you that. I'm level with you. I'm having a bad day.
I have a question. But I worry that the answer will tire you more.
That statement is tiring me, Leonessa.
You just said that you're trying to stop 12 beings from not killing everybody.
Yes, I did say that.
Why do they want to kill everybody?
Well, because they think that all living things would be better if they just weren't on Arhor'ha. Because they weren't supposed to be here to begin with. And some of them are very stuck in their ways on that, and some of them are not. It's like very conflicting ideas. So every day that we can stand in the middle of a town like this one, where people can blissfully shop for clothing, or are free to like rig against the system in their benefit, make some coin, have a good meal, is a small blessing. Because this isn't like what happened to Freeport. All these little things. That's the little miracles. The little tiny miracles. But Leonessa, you sounds like you won't need to worry about those little miracles anymore if you don't take care of your own situation. And while you're busy asking me about these things, you're running out of time. Is this how you want to spend the time you have left?
I think it's necessarily what I want to do with my time that I have left. However, I don't know how long that time is. So until then, I'm going to face my fears and do what I can. It might involve conversations with a very prestigious man. a statue.
Uh-huh.
However, I feel like the question I should have asked is, how do I stop it? You know? I feel like that's the answer that everyone wants to go with of, oh, I'm in a problem, how do I fix it? If I only looked at my singular problem, then everyone else around me wouldn't have my assistance.
Person puts a hand on your shoulder and says, yeah, but if you don't take care of yourself, you won't be around to provide them any assistance.
That's a good point. And like she pauses and she thinks like, I don't want to take more time away from you from getting to say goodbye to a friend.
He's like, he leans back like, the martyrdom's
like-
murdering me.
She's like, all right, I'm going to Nexus. Is there anything that I can help with your cause in Nexus? If not, I will leave you.
Why are you going to Nexus?
I'm facing a fear and everyone's going there to see.
What does Nexus have to do with your fears? It's just a city state. It's got
ship.
It's what?
There's an airship.
What? He's like this like haughty speaker of the whatevers, and like looking at you like a very human, like mortal response. Like, what are you talking about?
I have to go in an airship.
All of this. He's like all of this. The points around like just turns around like all of this and that. That is it's like I it just puts like a hand in between the count. It's like I can't even just. Starts to walk away. Like, I think he was like, looks up like, you're wrong. It's not in good hands. We're just.
And she's like, seeing him getting flustered. She's like, you can think whatever you want. Is there anything in Nexus I can help you with?
He just turns and looks at you like both hands walking backwards. It's like, what is this? Just both hands. Backwards walking, pointing at you, saying nothing, just pantomiming.
Is the cat still there?
The cat is like looking at you and like moonwalking back towards him just for support.
He's like, he's moonwalking, so I'm assuming we're all moonwalking.
Just
You start moonwalking backwards. All right. Then.
yeah, it's a moon. The cat's just moonwalking backwards, like the same direction as Mr. Cloak McGee here is, and he's like flustered by Leonessa's commentary. What? I'm a speaker. Like at this point, it's like loud. Like everyone's like, "What? The speaker of who?" I'm like, I don't need any. I don't. Have a safe trip, Leonessa. Like, just have a safe trip, or don't. Save the birds. He just turns around and walks. Cat follows him. I mean, he doesn't like vanish like the last one. He just literally just walks in the crowd. Nothing flashy. Just gone. It's like he's over it.
And like Lena like watches it just go back. She's like, that was a unexpected conversation.
Nox looks up at you like, uh-huh. Of
It's
the
just
like
Nox-
Nox like of the things I expected today, didn't think that was one of them.
The guy looks at her. She's like, we're gonna be fine, right? We're like, how much could the Worker of Death really know about you dying soon?
Like Nox just gives you that reassuring look of like, I don't know, I'm a big ass cat.
Yeah. And like you can just see like she's trying to like be like she's like that was a weird situation, but there's like a deeper thought going through her head. And it was like about the fears, because like she's not a big fan of having to go to the airship. She doesn't want to do it, but like facing her fears, and she's like, is that really my biggest fear? She's like, no. No, and then she looks at Nox, and then she thinks about the Feywild
Mhm.
and taking him back there, and then it not working. And so she's like, and like there's like a tap that you just kind of hear. She's like, it's like, well, I guess let's go get some more walnuts. And it just kind of goes like, so you can tell that there's something that she's buried deep inside that she's like, I need to think that one through. And then it's like almost like a switch where she's like, oh, I can't focus on that right now. We gotta get walnuts and go into an airship.
Yes. And we are going to focus on a good old Fade to Black because we are at a little past time. And we will pick up next time. We'll check to see if availability for Friday. It gets really close to the holidays. But next time we go, we will be picking up with forgeries and your advent to this airship that Leoness is all about now, clearly.
So I do hear Bentigans in the background.
I'm going to let him out
desperately
before
wanting
he
attention.
absolutely does old dog things.
Desperately wants attention.
So if you have to run, cool. We'll go to after talk in just a moment. I'm letting the dog out.
Yeah. Now
So-
other people talk because I just talked a lot.
Yeah. Are they speakers of the Zodiac or Zodiarcs?
So they're called Zodiarcs in this
Okay,
world.
okay.
Yeah, but it's the same general concept of like Pisces,
Yeah.
Taurus, stuff like that.
I just wanted to know how to type it down. If it was Zodiarcs, like Archons, kind of stuff
Yeah.
like that, or if it was Zodiacs, like, But I like it. I think Zodiarcs is a really cool, which is why I was like, fuck, I didn't want to interrupt because there was a lot going on, and I was like, notes, which one is it?
It's like, hold on, what is the name?
That's like one time when I was in college, I got back onto a medication I had been on, but I had forgotten when I was supposed to take it. So I took my Adderall and this other medication at the same time. It was supposed to be a nighttime medication.
Oh no.
So wrong time.
Yeah.
Gave me the sleepies hardcore. But because I take my Adderall, I was hyper focused
Oh no.
on absolutely nothing.
Oh.
Focus,
I
but
took-
tired.
No.
I was typing in class, taking notes, like really good notes, but it was all going in one ear and out the other. I'm like, yeah, this is great. I don't know what's happening, but this is
But I've got
fantastic."
notes.
And so I saved them, so I didn't like just delete them or anything. Went to my next class, like waiting, and I was talking to my friends outside the class, and I was like, I am super high right now because of medication. Am I slurring my words? Because I felt like, when you're like super drunk or super tired or whatever, and you're just like,
Yeah.
am I slurring my... I felt like that. And they're like, no, you're fine. And I was like, you sure? Anyways, the next class went home, and I ended up driving home because that was my last class, and that's what you do. And I was too out of it to think, no, it's not safe to drive home. I thought,
Of course not.
man, I gotta get home so I can, get dinner started for my nephew and my brother. I got home, and then not too long later, I dropped out of it, and I was like, wow, I did not remember the drive home.
Oh gosh.
So
And yet you somehow lived.
yep.
Which is
So
impressive.
to put a bow on it, we've had a few different scenes. We all have a common starting point for next session, which is approaching, boarding, moving your way on this airship towards the next airship made its way. We have a session without an airship crash, so the ticker goes up one.
Yeah.
It's a good time for the shopping and whatnot. You'll have an entire week to think like, hey, is there certain provisions you'd like to have while in New Haven? So there's intermediate. Shouldn't be a problem getting most of the stuff. The forgery will be part of the next session to add a little bit of attention to all that because you're doing a rush job. Leonessa, you had your token intro. I think almost every session 0 or 1, I try to find a way to put Panger in it. So like, the session's
So you're like-
almost over. Let me find a way.
It's
like a
white
trope.
cat, I'm like, Panger. We found a Panger. Also, for you guys that were, for the last part, the blonde girl was Alexa.
Oh.
So,
So was that your previous character?
yep.
Okay.
was-
Oh.
So as I
Very
was talking
cool.
through, because I'm like having the conversation, I'm like, which characters are these? Which direction is this going? This is someone. I know them. The guy I'm still trying to place.
Ah, good. That was the goal. There's a
I
few ways you can
recognize the
go.
I recognize the name Paulo.
Paolo in the
Yeah.
city, yeah.
Was
Yeah,
he
like,
a character or was he just an NPC?
He
was
was
an NPC.
He was an NPC. Yeah, he was a MacGuffin style NPC character. As far as world lore goes, Talus and Zephyr for sure would be aware of because he was a prominent figure in the academy as an artificer and did a lot of work with the temples of Ogma and Mistra. So a strong abjurer, but he was also involved in a bunch of other things. And I can kind of go into that in between seasons.
Bear with me for a second. I'm gonna hop out here and gonna go onto my phone because I'm getting a bit of a headache from my headphones. So I'm gonna plop
no
out,
worries.
plop back in.
No worries.
Mhm.
So he's not intended to be a big thing of this season. It was a little happy tie-in, mostly for Leonessa.
No, it's okay.
Was the
Actually,
were
he
both
might
of
not think
them
about it. Go ahead.
were both of them speakers of the Zodiacs, or was the guy a speaker of the Zodiacs and the woman was a speaker of death? Or is it
So the way that it was conveyed to Leonessa is that the guy was the speaker for the Zodiacs, and that the lady worked for death.
okay?
Yeah.
But so she wasn't a speaker of death, just worked for death.
No,
I'm just
worked
trying
for
to get it
death,
right
yeah.
from my notes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Worked for death.
So,
So
are
that
the
could be like
Zodiac-
Kellumbor, like a Kellumbor acolyte would be an example of.
She worked with Clyde.
Unfortunately, yeah, thank you. Leonessa can correct me for the meta knowledge, but
So are the Zodiacs gods, demigods, what?
they are like the equivalent of archangels.
Okay.
Oh,
So they're part of a
interesting.
celestial host, like the heads of hosts. I guess the better term in 5th edition is solars.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're part of that celestial group that we don't know where they are.
Correctamundo. Right.
Correct.
And effectively, Dude Mick, I Need a Break was like, have you tried hurting 12 solars that have very strong opinions on things? It's a bit
I thought you'd
draining.
appreciate my herding cats analogy.
Literally hurting cats, displacer beasts. I did appreciate it. The person didn't. But the person was just like
Yeah.
already low management battery and like I can't.
So I do have a question. This
Yeah.
guy, have I seen him before as a player?
as the player you have.
Okay.
And in fact, the big, because again, nothing good happens after a certain hour, like perception drops or energy levels drop. The big hint to that was the juxtaposition, the statue, which has Paolo's robe, and the person was wearing the same one.
Yeah, I caught that, but I wasn't like, is that still? Did Paolo come back somehow? I don't know. I got questions.
That's the intended mystery.
Mhm.
No
Because it
tails,
has been
also
about
questions.
30 years. Lots could happen.
True.
I'm glad that
But,
it
like,
got the mystery bone going, though. That was the intent.
It did. No, the whole time I was trying to figure out who that man was.
Okay. At the end of the session, and I know like if it's at this hour and you have to drop for like real life responsibilities, this is completely optional. But what we like to do at the end is big on communication. So a bit of feedback, like things you've liked, things you'd like to see, or changes you'd like to make to your character. Like that last piece, we can always take to Discord. But communication is super important. We collab all for this. I personally had a hoot and good time. Like I think that everyone riffed off each other really well, and the times where like it was rough, like we can smooth over. Like it was like a 95% Stellars. I'm gonna walk bottom up instead of top down. And it's the thing that made the session. What was your favorite moment in today's session? So bottom up, start with Zephyr.
I liked watching everyone's characters come into meeting each other or working with each other. I like how he started out small and then expanded it by someone else growing on it. I really like that aspect. I thought it was really fun.
Yeah, it gives like this air to do things. Not to make an air genasi joke, but it gives like the air for things to grow and breathe. My only lament is that the order I felt doesn't always give enough time to like Leonessa, Zephyr, like because you were the last one in. So if that was an issue, let me know. We can put more like time in. But I felt everyone gelled in very well.
It was fine.
Okay, cool. Talos, what was your favorite moment?
Well, I guess mechanically, I kind of like the privately rolled dice because I think there were some bad rolls in there.
The sound dampening tree.
Yeah. I mean, it was there was a couple things in there that I was like, man, that must have been a bad roll. I mean, the one that was public when he was turned into a dwarf and was stomping around and was trying to be like that stuff like that. I really enjoyed. The roles affecting the story like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you notice that even bad roles become fun experiences, and that's it meshes really well. One of the things I really like Foundry for. Very cool. Ren, what was your favorite moment?
I really liked how, to your point, I think there was some genuinely good playing off of each other, like the improv and like using someone else's like situation to build off to create another funny scenario. I think I really enjoyed all the improv we had.
Cool. Leonessa, what's your favorite moment? Don't say that last scene. I will accept it.
I'll say it
No, I
for
was
you.
gonna actually say I appreciated the pure chaos of Fricks.
Oh my god.
That
Oh,
whole
God.
situation I think was my favorite part. Like every single person's introduction coming into it was just chaos, and it was beautiful.
Yeah.
So on that, and Leonessa I think is the only person who might remember. I like doing a lot of threadbacks, callbacks, like references. That was a callback to season 1. Do you remember that one, Leonessa? Yep. That was a callback to season 1.
Was it Fricks or
It
Fritz?
was it was Fricks.
It was Fricks. Okay, I couldn't remember, but yes. As soon as you said Fricks, I'm like, oh, he survived. That's good. That was my first thought. When he came out, I'm like, oh, Fricks survived.
I have to say,
Everyone basically when the Final Fantasy VII reboot got like episode 1, season 1 of Fricks, like got to experience it in their own way. It was very fun to watch and play out.
Yeah, we met
definitely
Fricks
have
in a
to-
library, so imagine him around books.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, Fen?
I have to say it's I'm assuming a lot of the time you're introducing like throwbacks. Like I figured Riza was a new one. I can kind of tell already between who is new and who is a throwback. And I'm like, oh, which one is this? Oh. Because I've only seen like 2 episodes of your guys's, what you've recorded, but the detail you put into them, I mean, there is a, I don't know how to word it. There's like a glowing seed. Like you can tell the difference because you're great at both of them, but there's a layer on top of those that you've played before that makes it a little bit, because you put a little bit more into it. Like you can feel like you have a passion for that character already.
I was just tired, like to be honest, because the other one is Lil, was what Rise is based off of. Because unfortunately, Lil's no
I was
longer.
wondering, because that's pretty similar to Lil.
Interesting.
Yeah. They're both. I can't say that Ryza is an older character, but it's an older personality made new. No, the people, like no one had a good opportunity to meet Lil past about the same amount of Fricks actually. And I think about it, but it'll be interesting being able to see that personality and the way that she works off of Ren is so freaking endearing. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
That relationship is
I'm
amazing.
excited.
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I really appreciate this foil for me.
Yep.
I had a great
So
time.
you don't know this
I
is what
guess
you
I'm the
want, but this
last
is what you
one.
want.
Yes.
I don't know. Honestly, I really enjoyed all of it. Sometimes I'm a more quiet player. I like to see how all of you mesh first, so I can find where to fit in instead of being like, "Well, I'm gonna stomp on into this scene."
Now we pushed you into the scene. 2 halfling hands at a time.
I think like everybody said, I think you did a really good job of meshing everybody in later at a time. It's something I'm actually not used to anymore. I don't know if you guys No, I'm actually more used to a system called Dungeon World,
Mm-hmm.
and the scenes are actually a bit shorter between players, unless there's like 3 in one and 2 in another or something like that. So I think you did a really good job, Buck. It's going to take me a little bit longer to get used to it. It definitely doesn't bother me. I'm just like, this is taking a little bit of time, but that's only my perspective, and it doesn't make me mad. It's just me adjusting to your guys' system again. And so I don't know. I think you just did a really good job, and it was fun watching everybody. I'm normally more of a player when I'm playing, but considering I'm playing Fen, who isn't as interactive at first, which is why I came back as Fen so quickly. I don't know. I just enjoyed seeing the start to everybody's character getting to know each other, and like Leonessa said, the absolute chaos.
Oh,
It was beautiful chaos.
The Frick's energy.
In the beginning, I was a bit confused with Fricks trying to redirect me and all that stuff, and I apologize. But if you say
great.
Victor provides, I'm like, okay, I get it. I'm with you.
I thought he was going to try to murder you. I was like, can I join the scene? I'm worried for Talus's safety.
The frail little gnome in the middle of the gate. If you're right.
But he might not actually be a gnome.
I mean, that is true.
Because
there are a few people who, you'll be running across a character like that momentarily. Yeah.
But Fen can shapeshift. And so she is more paranoid for people's safety because she knows they might not actually be that person. So I was like, is he gonna be safe?
Yeah.
But you weren't reacting badly, so I was like, either he's playing his character like really true, like he's just like, oh yeah, I trust this guy, or he's playing into I might get murdered. Let's see where this goes.
But I mean, when in doubt, move it forward, right? If someone tries to murder you, I'm not gonna say like, oh, you've been doppelgangstad into the neck, 48 damage times 2. Like it's
Sometimes people try to murder you.
If I'll do that, I'll just do a cutscene like you were knocked unconscious and or bleeding out. Like it.
Yeah, like did you play? I can't remember. I asked you before. Did you play Skyrim, Buck?
I played Skyrim. Yeah.
Did you ever? And for you guys too. Did you ever add in the? I think it was called Second Life or Don't Die. The people just don't kill you. Sometimes they leave you to die and they just steal your stuff.
I didn't play that mod. Then again, I like the Soulsborne level difficulty. So if I die, I want that to be.
You're like
the
my
thing.
brother.
Yeah.
You're like my brother.
If you die, you want to feel the pain.
I want the permadeath and be like, I'm starting all over again. No, I appreciate my time too much to do that, but.
Those games make me so freaking anxious. I'm like, I can't die. I'm the paranoid autosave or.
There's another round of feedback I want to do, but if that's the case, I know one big thing I mentioned for inspiration for Fen was the Breath of Fire series.
Oh yeah, I got to go check that out.
That's why I was curious. Yeah, she sounded a lot like Korn, is what it sounded like.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, I got to go check it out. Is there a way to play it on my computer? You think?
There probably or like what good old games might have a copy of it in or emulation. Obviously, streaming being what it is, finding it.
They actually have 5 or they have 4.
Breath of Fire 4. Just I mean, one big thing I like doing about DMing is that if I've had a good story in my lifetime, I like finding a way to reboot it in story. You'll find there are similarities between Elo and Atlas, with Rue and Faolu in Breath of Fire 4, with the idea of like summoning half of a deity, in this case a dragon. You'll see similarities in those plot lines. If you have access to reference material, you'll likely get a lot of the Easter eggs that are thrown out. And hopefully, even without the Easter eggs, they stand on their laurels. Otherwise, that's the point of doing it.
They have the soundtrack of Breath of Fire 4 on Steam, but of course they don't have the game.
Aw. Well, the point I was going with things that make you anxious is how the end of Breath of Fire 5 ends. It does it very beautifully, and you have to. It's like I guess the most modern example would be Nier, where you could delete your file permanently.
Nier?
Yeah, Automata or whatever that is.
Oh, I have not had the pleasure of playing that, but I've only heard amazing things about it.
Yeah, where you have to make a meaningful choice towards the end that affects like the meta, like deleting your save data. So, Like it does
Yeah,
it
yeah,
does
yeah.
that what is it? The storytelling medium of video games with a meaningful choice. Very good. Oh, another good game I'd recommend like that, like I said, Inscription. But I digress. Though the next round I want to do is
Inscription.
Inscription's a good game. One thing you'd like to see, or one thing you'd like to see differently, depending on how constructive you want to go ahead and take it. Now I'll go top down. So, what was one thing you would like to see that you did not see or want to focus on that was not focused on, Ben?
That wasn't focused on Fen or something?
No, just in general in terms of the table. Like,
Oh,
I am openly asking for feedback there.
I will hold it until next session
Okay.
because I mean there wasn't a whole lot to say. Well, this let's add something like this.
Well, let me ask you this. Something you mentioned you used from Dungeon World, like how'd you feel about the pacing? We're a 70-30 split with RP, there was no combat. The rolls were fun,
Yeah, no.
don't get me mind, but
I was bored not of your role play, but only because I am used to a very different pacing. In Dungeon World, it bounces a bit more often because, like you see in 5e and stuff like that, sometimes it can drag on a lot, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, especially if it's a really good and moving scene. I won't judge on that. My mind just begins to get bored because I have ADHD. And because I am used for the past 8 and 9 years, I'm used to a different pacing.
And I won't take it that way. What I take it back as my notes is that like you as a player are used to faster pacing. I can't say I'll speed it up, but that's the feedback I do like to hear.
Absolutely not. I'm not gonna judge you for having good scenes.
How
or
dare you?
taking
How
time.
dare you? Sir.
Yeah, I know. How dare you treasure your time? No. I might just PM you and ask something, or because I have friends. When I was playing a game with my other group last year, I had one of the guys in the group would be playing something in the background, like video games, and so he barely paid attention, and that just pissed me off. I'm not one of those people. You've got 100% of my attention, except for I look at pictures on Pinterest. That's my.
How dare you?
I know.
There's a suggestion I would actually make that it's something that I think would be helpful for times like that is something that you always can do is say people were shopping. We had 3 people that were shopping. And while Leonessa was talking with Unknown Man and Alexa, it's a thing that if you guys wanted to have an interaction then or something to keep your interest that's not on that scene, you always can do a text thing even to the side. But that's always something to keep in mind that is optional. If you're like, you know what, I kind of want to do these other things, but there is a scene going on, you can always reach out to another player and be like, hey, would you mind just RPing a bit of us, just doing it on the side so you can still feel like you're getting stuff done and it's still productive. Yeah, I think that might help. It's something just to keep in mind is an option.
I will comment on that real quick. The reason I haven't been typing in chat, on Roll20, it makes a sound. It's really annoying when somebody puts the messages. And I didn't find that Foundry does that, so I was surprised.
I turned it off. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Oh, that would be why. It's no sound for you.
Because it always annoyed me when somebody would do that on Roll20. I'm like, they're talking. So continue.
I'll have to remember the spoofed version where I don't have to say giant rap, but I think it's /IC hello. Can't do that. Select a token.
Oh yeah, because there's things that you can do of your character does this or.
Yeah,
/ in character
/IC. We'll do that. /EM or emote. We'll do an emote. And
that's a question.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
For this format, I use is /EM or /emote.
Oh, it didn't quite do it properly. Interesting.
Yeah.
So
I do recommend side scenes. There's I mentioned earlier the scene 1, scene 2, scene. Well, I think there's scene 1, 2, scene 3 at the end. We did run out of time, but scene 1 would have been Leonessa. Scene 2 had been shopping scene. Scene 3 had been forgery scene. So while it's not your active scene, by all means, You can use the text to do like quick bits.
It's just something to keep. Remember, it's just a tool that's available if you want it.
Yeah, but then how do I take notes over all the fun stuff about the mysterious lady of
You'll
death
have to
and-
rewatch the
Yeah.
recording.
The mysterious man that apparently I've met at some point, is it Paolo?
Cool.
It's gonna bug me until I know.
said he was a friend of Paolo.
I gotta ask, how much of notes did different people take?
I have a weird memory. It's shit on a lot of things except D&D.
I'm right there with you.
I don't think I've ever taken notes, but I remember almost all of it.
Damn, that's impressive.
I
It's
I
only
do
D&D
almost
based.
exclusively ask Leonessa to buzz in last for trivia or offer last to do
I
the
will
recap.
answer all the trivia, and I will give you a really long recap.
I cannot explain it. I've never been able to explain it. So going back to like part of the reason as a dungeon master, like I do those things. One, it's fun to see what people's notes are, but two, it helps me understand like what tracked, like what resonated. And if I just get Leonessa's, I'm just gonna get like an echo chamber. I don't want that. Speaking
There you go.
of breaking echo chambers, go ahead, tell us.
Said on a spreadsheet, I have 23 bullet points to sum up this.
Good lad. Well,
Are they good bullet points?
I don't know. So
Okay.
some of them are like Leonessa explains the squirrel is fine, so Frick should be. And then the next one is and then you help him and he becomes irritable.
Excellent.
I posted my screenshot from notepads in the group chat.
that's amazing. Walking down the breaking the echo chamber. Leonessa,
Uh-huh.
constructive feedback. What's something you did not see in the scene that you wanted to see in these sessions? What is something you'd want to see different? So you give me a hug and a slap. So this is the slap. Go.
Well, like, it's gonna be tough because the rhythm of everything. I've played with you for so long that this is what I'm used to in terms of pacing.
How dare you?
And
How dare
stuff.
you have no slap.
I know. So it's it's a bit tough because like in terms of things that I want to see or things that I didn't see, I understand how you tell stories. So there's not a specific thing that I would say I didn't see because I understand that if I didn't see it this session, it'll probably be coming up next session at some point, just based on pacing.
I hear your cop out. Please continue.
I think something that I wanted to exist just because my brain told me it was going to happen this way is a level of conflict in New Haven
Yeah.
that almost drew us out of it to have to go to Nexus. I think that's what my brain was expecting to happen. So I guess I can say that that's what I didn't see.
No, don't. Yeah. Well,
But again,
that goes
we've
to your
got
last
time.
statement. Yeah.
Yep. Again, I know how you tell stories, so it's like I didn't see it. That's what I kind of expected to happen.
Well,
But I also kind of suspect it's gonna happen. So
you do have a good
Yeah.
idea of how I pace out stories, and you are.
yeah.
Do messages stay in Foundry until the next session?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Yes, they do.
Cool.
Oh, if you think you're getting on a little ditty doodad to Nexus and that's like the end of it, and
No.
we all get new shoes. No, that's not the case.
No, I was just putting a note for myself.
No, I meant for Leonessa being like, where's the
no,
where's the unexpected
a-
conflict?
Yeah, it was like a weird
It's
thing. I'm like,
me.
things are going too well. Something.
Yeah,
this
my
isn't
my
right.
goal
Like,
as a
there's
DM
just
is to get everyone to like get comfortable in their new pants and get to know each other a little bit.
Their new pants.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna throw water on those pants and be like, my pants don't fit. I'm like, yeah, they shrunk a little bit. Sorry, it's water.
That's the weirdest.
You gotta watch out for wet pants.
Yeah, watch out for wet
Yeah.
pants. They go right in the dryer. They go down a size. It's the COVID thing. It happens.
Like Buck was telling me, our biggest problem, it's not enemies, it's doors and gravity.
doors and
Oh
gravity.
yeah, climbing trees, you will fall. You will hurt yourself. A door, unstoppable.
Well, an airship's got both doors and gravity. So imagine what happens there.
No.
Yeah.
It's okay. The man that I should know who it is, but I don't, judges me greatly for my thoughts on airships.
So greatly. It's less
Um,
less your thought on airships. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go just because I have to leave here real quick.
Yeah, for the kiddo. Yeah. Go
I
ahead.
mean, story wise, loved it. I'm curious what combat will look like, but I
Yeah.
understand that's something that will come up when it comes up. But overall, quite happy with it all. I'm sorry if I talked too much at times. I tried to back out at like once other folks got on, but I guess I try to every now and then throw in something like he's helping Fricks or something, just so that way you guys know where I am in the story.
No, I thought you were well paced. Like I
I-
thought,
like,
I,
I
thought
didn't
everyone
see
was
you
well
taking up
paced.
too much.
It was good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Alrighty, well, I'm gonna go pick up my daughter. You guys have fun.
All right,
Nice.
You
later.
too.
Good night.
All right, we got Talus's. We're down late. Ren, what is something you didn't see in the session that you want to see? What is something that's missing? Give me that
So
feedback.
I will tell you what I thought the most unrealistic thing that happened tonight was that with that stealth roll that Fen made, that dwarf should have had his nose pressed up against the glass as they were staring.
Just huffing on the glass, like it's
just
fogging it.
Steam marks on the
Yeah.
You're right. That's probably very accurate to what should have happened.
Like,
so
still.
it's- I think Zephyr, I don't think got enough of a chance to shine.
Yeah.
And I thought the shopping thing would have been like a real. I wish we got to explore that just a little bit because I thought there were some good character moments that could have come out of that just to set the stage before we jump into the deep end with stuff. So
I
yeah,
think-
that's.
I agree. No, I completely agree. And that's good feedback too. I actually did leave too feeling that we didn't get Zephyr and Fen enough time to shine. With later ties in and Fen, like your character has this natural inclination to be a bit more guarded, and you mentioned your game pacing, so that's feedback that I observed too. And as such, I'm not gonna like knee-jerk course correct, but to keep an eye out. I probably will be looking for more opportunities next session for Fen and Zephyr, even if you guys don't want it. And there's also Text RP, and I was like, oh, this might be a good way to get people's toes in the water for intercession Text RP if they're interested, because that shopping is a perfect setup for that.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Or if the two of them have time, or if you had time, Buck, I would have a lot of fun running their little shopping trip. I think that'd be kind of fun and interesting.
I mean,
could
we're
do that.
the part I love about collab DMing, like you don't really need me for that. Like you're in a town, have a shopping experience. If you have time on a weekend and want to do it, go crazy.
Yeah, so if you guys have time and you want to run that scene between you two, I am more than happy to run it and just let you guys screw around and do what you want and just throw in some not weird, but you get what I mean.
Yeah.
You're getting close. You're not going to break the game. Go ahead.
I'm going to break it.
No, there's a fine shirt. That's 10 gold. Like, oh, no. Yeah, go ahead.
For the pants of wishes.
The pants of wishes. Don't put water on them, though, because that's when things get messed up. Don't put water on them.
Exactly. Now they're watery wishes.
Watery wishes. Wishy-washy.
You can only make the wishes while you're in the ocean.
Fantastic. Anything else there on the feedback side there, Ren?
No, I'm happy.
Cool. Zephyr, what about you? What's something in the session that you didn't see that you wanted to see? Like something that was like a missed opportunity?
I don't think there's anything particular, and also with even though like I guess I was quote unquote the last one to get to.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand that like I mean the session I didn't get to. I mean I don't really mind, and it's like there'll be other sessions where I'll be in it more than others. So it's like I wasn't sitting here like oh they're not getting me. I'm like oh I'll have my turn. It'll be fine. So, yeah.
I get the feeling you're gonna get a lot of time to shine. Like I love artificers. I love anything in the world that wishes to put a dent in the world. And characters like Talus that are magical researchers, characters like Zephyr that are artificers have this natural ability. Ren just straight up like he's like the heart of the party. Like everything like put together, this chemistry. And I think a lot of ways Fen's becoming the streetwise member of the character. Because you mentioned that too, Fen. Like is Fricks like conning them, but no one asked that. Like no one was thinking about but Fen. And then there's Leonessa, which is I don't know. Like I think I need to talk to you more at Leonessa because towards the end I'm like, crap. How? I'll be honest. Towards the end, I was like, how the deuce do I get Leonessa to really want to go to Nexus?
It was a real concern because I was just like, all of a sudden realized, I'm like, oh, this is the motivation. Like, she wouldn't. Why? She would.
I
She would want to go.
I have to share that happened in one of my games too. I'm like, how do I get these characters to actually? And they're like, we're gonna go this direction. I'm like, what about the other players? They're like, doesn't matter. And I'm like, but it
Does matter so
I-
much.
I
So
had to think
surprise.
on the fly what my character wanted. I was like, oh, I can go shopping and get more shit.
And that's part of the trust and like the improv part. Like part of it is you're buying like help us both leave this thing. We're all going to Nexus on an airship because next session we're starting one. I thought everyone did fantastic finding reasons. And that's I'm like, oh, you have avid reasons not to go.
Yeah, it was hard because like yeah, she would want to go to visit like her sanctuaries, but she would just walk.
Well, now you
There.
have evidently the doomsday clock over your head, with which
Yeah,
Nexus
that's a
seems to have
fun. That's a fun new thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's.
I tried. I was like, oh, I'm in a different shape. How am I going to get real me into this scene?
I was wondering
without
about
it-
that too. The two that I was the most worried about, transparency, was you, Ven, and Leonessa. Like Ren, so perfect. Like Talus was like the starter. Zephyr, that whole entire I can get stuff. I'm like, yes, you can. Thank you. Can go to Nexus and shop. It's if it exists, you could probably buy it there. Perfect.
Mhm.
And then the
Yeah,
two,
no,
like,
it
oh,
was-
I don't know. Figure it out.
I wanted to, and I think you did a good job with Rise being like, let's go in. I'm like, okay. I'm like, this is perfect. This is great.
Well, part for Fen was because I could have, if it became too much of an issue, like getting distance and closer to Xanthriel, like some logical reasons of why you want to go further north faster.
Right.
I didn't really have that with Leonessa, and we were talking a little bit prior to session that of all the time I spent between Sunday evening and this Friday afternoon evening, the least amount of time with. So we'll have an opportunity to like make it more sticky. But this was a session 0.5. Everyone should leave here with a reason to be together, to want to be together, and to want to at least go to the first story MacGuffin. So you'll have an opportunity to stay together after resolving a conflict.
It'll be interesting. Like everybody's pointed out, I think the group mesh is really
So well.
surprisingly good
Such good
for a
chemistry.
session 0. So it'll be really interesting. Because Ren and Zephyr are the two that Fen's closest to, for obvious reasons. The two young men, and Talus I have, the research connection with. But
Mhm.
I think it's gonna be really interesting. So I'm kind of curious to see where Leonessa and Fen will connect, being like, we have to take care of these Nimrods. They're gonna die.
Well, Leonessa's now got the idea, like, stop taking care of people. If you don't take care of yourself, you're gonna die. Which I thought was pretty interesting when I started like really starting to think about like how am I gonna get? I mean, so me and Leonessa, we've RP'd for a while. I have a pretty good idea what makes her tick. It's like no, I'm gonna make Leonessa grow. Like you're gonna start thinking about
Don't do
yourself,
that.
Mama Bear.
Don't do
Oh
that.
yeah.
Well, I found it interesting because seeing the personalities of the party, it actually made me kind of adjust Leonessa's a bit. Because originally she was going to be much more like motherly, but then I realized there's a lot of that energy.
Yeah.
A lot of that, like, it's okay, it's all right. I'm like, you know what? She's going to bring just a touch of chaos, just a touch, not too
Yeah.
much. Just a little bit, because we just needed that element of chaos that I was not expecting to put into her character.
The journey I see for Leonessa, and again, we've been playing together for a while, so we have a pretty good idea. You're so used to playing supportive, maternal characters, and there's so much support in this character and this party rather that it's great. You're gonna be like the mom with empty nest syndrome. Like now she takes care of herself and realizes she can take care of herself and other things. I get the feeling that's gonna be Leonessa's journey.
I have to say real quick, I think the interesting thing, or one of them, is that while nature is sturdy and I'm not looking what's the word, longevity, I'm blanking on the proper word for this sentence, while it just is quote unquote eternal or just very solid and sturdy,
Enduring.
enduring, thank you very much. it's also 100% chaos. Like if you think about it, earthquakes, volcanoes, everything. So it has both of
Wildfires
those.
everywhere.
It's both sides of those, and I think it's really cool to see Leonessa be that chaos. Because we haven't seen much of her yet, but since she said she wants to bring a hint of that, it'll be interesting, because most druids are like, we gotta keep nature balanced. How about I shove your face in my lion?
I love
You
it.
don't learn unless you face your greatest fear. How are you supposed to learn?
The
It was
the
so
the,
unexpected.
the Fricks thing with that was just
I just took it as because it's with everything going down, like the human outreach of it hasn't been her biggest focus, so she's just out of practice. She's like, oh shit, okay.
well.
He's
The big thing
scared.
that she's
All right,
working right
getting
now is
close to the lion.
the ecological issues from the war, like entire species being
Yeah, like that's her main
displaced.
focus
Yeah.
now, not so much outreach. So she's like, oh, he's scared. Let's make him not scared. Okay.
What's the
Big
quickest
fear.
way?
Right in front of the line. That should be fine. He'll realize he can't get hurt. Nope, he passed out. Oh shit. Oh well.
Big fear cats.
hmm
Well, if this made you go, there is a scene with next. So things to look forward to next time or Aurora Adventures. 1, airships. 2, an airship conflict, which will have us using our tokens in an actual map. And if you've seen the other maps in Aurora, they're pretty elaborate. So a map, there will be showing how combat works. It's gonna happen, and you will meet at least 2 new characters. So you met Ryza. She's recurring unless you throw her off for an airship or something like that, and then Ren's gonna cry for
See if she
days.
flies.
See if she flies. Well, Ryza's got the personality that'd be like, oh, I wonder if I can. Let's see how Featherfall is. She's very.
In my notes, I wrote.
I was gonna say, yeah.
For Riza, I wrote "Go Getter, Ren's friend, fun."
Fun. she is fun. And then Fricks is a conspiracy theorist.
I have a quick question.
I wrote "We'll talk forever."
Will talk forever.
He will.
He will.
I have a quick question. May not be quick, considering your grace with talking and how smooth you do it. You mentioned trivia. I saw a bit of that in the videos I watched.
Yes.
So how does that correlate? Is it what happened last session? Because I know you mentioned that earlier, but how exactly do you do that?
So the way I do trivia is I work off of the knowledge that you have learned publicly, which is typically through a session or during character generation, like backstory style stuff that has been publicly enough made. It could be out of character. Okay. This is an out of player thing. And I'll prompt it. Like I'll give if you've seen previous sessions, I'll be like, okay, everyone get their number, whatever buzzer, just so you're ready to hit enter. I'll ask a question and the order of the enter. So unless you have weird internet latency issues, in which case just let me know. And then question and answer. You should be able to have the answer unless I say something like, look, here's one that's worth like 100 experience points. It's very abstracted. Go ahead. And sometimes it happens. On really rare occasions, I'll give out a minor arcana point, which I haven't really talked about the Arcana system. When you accomplish goals, which I don't think I put up the quest log yet.
Oh, no, I looked for it.
Yeah.
I think it's quest log right here. So if you go to the journal section at the very bottom, there's something called quest log.
In Foundry or
Foundry?
It's the bottom one with underneath the ruler thing on the left side.
Oh.
Like
cool.
I'll make sorry, when I leave New Haven, I'll create or start a quest.
Cool.
And
oh my god, you can minimize. Sorry.
Learning the ways.
I just discovered.
I just did show to players, so leave New Haven. So I've definitely been a bit busy creating the session 0 and 5 again. From as I move forward, I'm gonna take a lot of this and put quests together. A lot of it will relate to resolving those, either personal or party ones. That's generally how you're gonna get our Arcana points, or a fourth of a major Arcana. You'll generally leave an entire season with 2 or 3 of them. You'll accumulate them that way. And the Arcanas give you that feature. It helps balance out some of the bad RNG. Like if you've got a bad hit point roll, that's what the max hit point is, up to the potential cap. Or attributes. So the attributes help for bad rolls with making generation. It allows you to give a +1 point to an attribute up to 14. So everyone ends up in that nice little 80 zone after a period of time.
Get in the zone, meaty zone.
80 zone. Mm-hmm.
Oh, 80 zone. I was waiting for the auto zone, and I was like, nope, that's not right.
Hold on.
Yep. Well, I will say this: we're rolling towards hour 5. I'm tired.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, very tired.
I'm gonna go drop this